You know what? There's going to be a lot to say today. We got a lot to react to. So I hope you're ready. Hope
Oh
you're ready,
boy.
everyone in the chat who may or may not already be listening, depending on whether we're live at the moment. We got a lot to talk about today.
Who
Yep,
knows?
there we
So
are.
there
We're
we are.
live. We're live on the internet on youtube.com to
Just a
talk
couple
about
of latent
movies.
gay boyos.
Oh, yeah. Well, there's so much to say. And so, we'll spend a little time. We'll wait for people to come on in, you know, eh, everyone, all the stragglers to get in because we got a lot to do today. We got a lot of videos. We're going to respond to three videos. Count it, three videos today.
Oh man,
Um,
that's a lot of videos.
that is a lot of videos. We'll be here a little bit, so strap in, folks. Today we're going to be talking about why movies don't look as good as they used to. A lot of people are
Yeah.
saying that. A lot of people are noticing that movies don't look as good anymore.
Noticing 24/7.
What's that about? Well, we're going to talk all about it today. But as we let people stroll in, we got a couple of super chats already. How generous. Blankface, thank you very much, says, you see some set photos and wonder if there's a lighting goblin studios use designed to suck a color out of projects, and that's how you can have a candid set photo look prettier than the end product. You know what? I'm so glad you brought that up, Blankface. This feels like the perfect time to uh, show exactly that. Hold on, where is it? I have that photo ready, locked and loaded and ready to go. Where are you? Come on. Where are you? I had it
Let's go.
somewhere.
All right.
Come
Take your
on.
time.
God damn, I had it. I had it. I was ready. I was ready with this, and now it's, you know what? All right, we're gonna have to find it again. But okay, so this is a perfect example of what Blankface is talking about. There was a photo that was going around the internet on Twitter and such, comparing a set photo taken presumably on an iPhone or some similar comparable, maybe a DSLR, of Wicked's set, one of the big sets. I think it's a library or a cafeteria or something. I don't know. I don't remember. The movie's dumb. But side by side, we have a comparison between a photo taken by some random person on set
And
and
the
what it
actual.
actually looks like in the movie. Hugh, if you could please show what I just sent to you on screen for the people at home so they can see exactly what happened here.
Oh,
On the left,
I certainly will. Let me go ahead and take
on the
care of that.
left, you will see the photo taken by some random person, just probably in the art department, showing what the set looks like. And then you will see the colorless, depressed, desaturated mush that the final film actually looks like. It's
That
really
is
quite remarkable.
staggering, actually.
It
That
is
is a
staggering.
staggering difference.
Oh yeah.
Oh
It's
my
almost like,
goodness.
as Blankface mentioned, that there is a lighting goblin who came along and sucked all the color out of it. Otherwise, I'm not really sure how to account for this. No, clearly some decisions were made in the lighting and the color correction that sapped a set that the people in the art department, the set designers, the production designers put a lot of color into, but that color is just not in the movie. Huh. That's weird.
Yeah, a gray Zack Snyder filter tinge to everything would surely make this fantasy, mystical, you know, whimsical fantasy world pop. We'll also just layer CG on top of everything so that the stunt performers doing the really cool thing in the really cool apparatus there look fake. Just,
Yeah, it
yeah.
doesn't. So there's a couple things that are not helping here. One of them is the fact that they've clearly desaturated things in post-production. The other thing is that everything is backlit, so everything gets washed out and less contrasty, less saturation in the color. And so when everything's blown out like that, especially behind the stunt performers doing presumably really cool stuff in the background there on a giant spinning set that actually spins, it doesn't communicate this is a real thing that's happening in camera. You hear that it was real later and go, "Oh, that's cool." It looked and felt kind of fake when I
Yeah.
watched it, but that is what we're going to be talking about today in a nutshell. That, and if you could please remove that image, Hugh, I have a fun little meme in the background here that I think is just really the perfect side-by-side comparison of the phenomena. In case anyone out there is skeptical that movies do indeed look worse now, here's a little example of two scenes that are basically identical shots in identical sets from The Shining and Doctor Sleep. Um, one of them is incredibly colorful and well lit, even though it's a horror movie. Can you believe that? Horror movies used to be colorful. And the other is a sickly, desaturated, depressed filter. The lighting and even the look on his face, it just perfectly encapsulates the difference. It's truly incredible. And it's not like the one with Ewan McGregor is even really supposed to be a spookier scene in any capacity. It just looks gross because modern horror movies have to look gross, or else how will you know they're supposed to be scary?
Yeah, that is kind of the long and short of it, isn't it?
But at least for horror movies, it's a very specific trend. But when you see what happened with Wicked, it's like everything seems to be getting the same treatment to varying degrees. Even a big, bombastic, flamboyant, gay as hell musical like Wicked still has the depression filter treatment. What's that about? Well, we're going to talk about it today because we're going to be responding to a few videos today. Videos about why movies don't feel or look like movies anymore. It's a very common video type these days on YouTube. A lot of really popular videos. All the videos we're going to be responding to today have over 3 million views. So,
My
and they've
goodness.
all been released within the last year or so, some as recently as 4 weeks ago. We're going to look at the biggest and most popular of these videos. You will find many others with less views. I mean, still like hundreds of thousands. It's a very popular subject right now. People are noticing that movies don't look like they used to. And it seems that the prevailing opinion is that they look worse now. I am in agreement with that
Yeah,
position,
I
but
would say so.
there will be all sorts of opportunities to talk about the specifics of the how and why. Before we jump into any of them, we have a few more super chats to read through. Blankface continues. Thank you very much. Says two recent examples that come to my mind for set photos looking better than the product are Wicked 2 and Guillermo del Toro's Frankenstein. Well, we already talked about Wicked 2. I have seen images to that effect with Frankenstein as well, though I haven't seen the film yet. So won't comment any further on that, but it does seem to be a common thing. I've experienced that on film sets that I've been on, where, on set it's pretty bright and well lit, but then you see the final image and it's actually rather dark and muted and desaturated. It's like, oh, what happened? We'll talk about it. Blankface, even more super chats. Thank you so much. Says, what's your favorite Christmas movie? Blankface says, mine is Klaus. Hugh, what's your favorite Christmas movie? It is the Christmas season,
It
after all.
is. It is. I'm even having a nice Christmas beer to go with this discussion, so I think that works.
Nice. Nice.
I don't. What's my favorite? I do really like Jingle All the Way. That's a nice a nice sleeper pick.
You know what? It's underrated for sure. It is. It's a
I
fun
am a
movie.
fan of Jingle All the Way. Do I want to lock that in as the number one? I don't know.
I hope not, for your sake,
No,
for the
probably. I
sake.
mean, if I was gonna pick like an actual like full on Christmas movie, I'd probably go with something like It's a Wonderful Life.
An
Um,
excellent choice. I
yeah.
was I was asked this question yesterday on EFAP when we were talking about the new Ryan Johnson Knives Out abomination.
Oh
Uh,
Jesus.
if I had to pick, um, two favorite Christmas movies. I can't really decide between them at the moment. It would be It's a Wonderful Life or A Muppet's Christmas Carol. I
Oh, that is a good one.
absolutely adore both of those movies. So those are my picks. I mean, there are many other good choices. Klaus is a pretty solid. Klaus is probably the best recent Christmas movie. I would also The Holdovers is kind of up there for recent Christmas movies as well, though The Holdovers is kind of like a holiday season movie. It continues
Yeah.
past Christmas. It's not just about Christmas, but the Holdovers is quite good. If you haven't seen it, you should go check it out.
Yeah.
Klaus is good. There.
Scrooged. Scrooged
I
is
haven't
good.
seen Scrooged. Is it
Scrooged is
good?
it's a fun Bill Murray movie, you know.
Sure. Okay. Haven't
It's
seen that one.
Christmas Carol but with Bill Murray doing his thing. And you know what? I'm okay with that.
I'm okay with that. as well. Die Hard, another great.
Die Hard is a great Christmas movie. No matter what Bruce Willis says, it's a Christmas movie.
Has he come out against the idea that it's a Christmas
He had
movie?
a whole thing on he was on a stage at some award show, and he basically had a whole thing. He's like, I'm gonna set the record straight once and for all. Die Hard is not a Christmas movie. It is like, you're wrong. That's fine. You're wrong. You know, death
It's
of the
okay to
author
be
and all that.
wrong,
It's okay to be
you
wrong.
know. The death of the actor.
Death of the actor. I don't know if his brain had melted beyond,
Oh
repair by
no,
that point,
sad.
but yeah.
It's sad. Bruce Willis, you're a legend. I disagree about Die Hard though. A blank face with another super chat says, "How's 2025 been for y'all in terms of movies?" Bad.
Yeah, not good.
mostly, mostly not good. You,
You
uh,
might be wondering why have all of our recent streams been devoted to talking about old movies instead of ones that have come out recently? Well, it's because the ones that have all come out recently are either very uninteresting to the point that we don't really think there's much to talk about, or they're just bad and we don't want to see them.
yeah. So this conversation that we're going to have today about why movies don't look as good as they used to is obviously nested inside the conversation about why movies aren't as good as they used to be. That one is maybe slightly more contentious, but I think most people will agree that at least the average level of quality has been dipping. Not to say that there aren't good movies coming out every year, but there's a lot of crap, there's a lot of slop. And obviously that conversation is also nested inside of a lot of things seem to be getting worse.
Yeah.
Just in general, the quality and standards of a lot of, consumer goods and all sorts of other things. That's a bigger conversation than we'll really have the capacity to talk about today, but we might hint at some of those topics as we go. Blankface also asks, I still have a few movies to watch, but in total, for what I've seen this year, it hasn't been good. Yeah, I'm
Yeah.
of the same opinion.
There's only one that
Um,
I'm like even sort of well, I guess two, but one of them's not going to be showing on a nationwide release until after Christmas. So technically it won't be until January. Uh
what's that?
that's I think Park Chan-wook's new movie, the Old Boy
Oh,
director.
no
No
other
Other Choice. That looks
no
kind
other
of
choice.
funny. I think that could
I
be
want
kind
to
of
see that
yeah,
for
I want to
sure.
see that, and then I want to see Josh Safdie's Marty Supreme.
I want to see Marty Supreme too. It looks fun.
Yeah.
I like Timothy Chalamet more than I ever thought I would. When he first came on the scene, I'm like, who's this little twink? But you know what? He actually seems like a real one, and I like him a lot
Yeah.
actually. Marty Supreme looks fun. No, it's been a rough year for movies. I would say my two favorite movies of the year thus far are Weapons, which I think is legitimately quite good, not amazing, but quite good, and then Roof Man, which was pretty good. And those are those are like the top two for me. It's been rough. I did really enjoy a number of the old movies that were re-released in theaters that I saw this year. I saw Jaws in the theaters this year. That was great. Very recently, I watched Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair in the
Oh,
movie theater.
nice.
That was pretty excellent. Speaking of lighting, man, Kill Bill looks like $1 million. I love the way Kill Bill looks. It's so stylish and hip and awesome, and the lighting is just impeccable. Very much the antithesis of everything, most things coming out today. Quentin Tarantino seems to be one of the few filmmakers working that still has some sense of pizzazz when it comes to lighting. I
Yeah,
mean, like
everybody else has
Inglorious
kind of fallen
Bastards and
in.
Django, those movies look fucking incredible. And so, yeah, everyone else is he seems to be bucking a lot of the trends we're going to be discussing today. So I always appreciate that about him.
Yeah.
But yeah, Kill Bill: The Whole Bloody Affair was quite fun to watch in the movie theaters. I saw people talking about seeing Back to the Future in the theaters. I missed that opportunity, unfortunately.
Honestly, the
But
most
that
excited
sounds
I've been about getting back to a movie theater has been to check out the re-releases of the Lord of the Rings extended editions
yes,
again.
is that January? Is that when that's
Yeah,
happening?
that's happening in
I'm very
January.
excited for that. Very,
Yep.
very excited for that one. I
I've
hope
done
you
that
all
once
are too.
before, back when they first released the extended editions for Blu-ray. They did a promo event where they for 3 days in a row got to go see all three of them. That was one of the best theater going experiences I've ever had in my life. Because of course everybody went bought tickets to see all three, right? So it was sort of just like everybody showed up. You all sat in the same seats every time. You kind of made friends with everybody who was there. It was just a really really fun time. Everybody's super into it because you're not You're not coming to watch it for the first time ever, right?
Yeah.
So yeah,
I will say though, it's a small thing, but one problem that you can run into when you watch an old movie in the theater again is sometimes you have rather chatty audience members who
yeah.
think they can treat Kill Bill like it's, a
Like
much milder version of the Rocky Horror Picture Show, and it's like, no, 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 no.
I'm
I
not
don't want
here.
your
I'm not
input.
here for this. I'm not here
No.
for you to try to meme on this. You can do
Yeah.
that in your living room on your own time.
Yes, exactly. That is the only real downside into watching some of these older movies when they get re-released in theaters. Sometimes people feel a little entitled to chime in like they're in their living room, but otherwise,
Luckily the only chiming in that happened for my Lord of the Rings rescreening was just the typical, applauses at at the right moments when
oh yeah,
Sam,
applause, laughter, that all that sort of stuff. That's fine.
yeah,
That's good. We don't want color commentary. That's the big thing.
yeah. Nobody better lean over and start whispering, "Did you know that in that scene when Aragorn kicks the helmet?"
Someone pauses the movie to tell us that. That'd be pretty funny. We got a couple other super chats before we jump in. Amish seven Arm Amersh. God, I hate the way that YouTube now just shows the ats instead of the names. I find that very frustrating. But anyway, you guys will probably hate Del Toro's Frankenstein. I did. You know what?
Well,
I'm trying
I'll
to.
tell you, I watched the first 20 minutes and I think you're right.
I will try my
I
best
was
to
very
reserve
annoyed
judgment,
with the first
but
20 minutes immediately. Didn't like
that's
it.
not great.
So when we end up talking about it, if we end up talking about it, I'm sure we'll have something to say. Uh,
Donald's angry just says girl with the dragon tattoo, two Christmases, and a violent struggle snuggle. So, make of that what you will.
nobody go to Donald's Angry's Christmas party. Is what I'm. If he
Well,
invites you, politely decline.
well, you know what? I think that's enough preamble because we got a lot of videos. We got a lot of video to react to today. There will be plenty to say about the why and the how of all of this as we go through. So we're going to watch three videos today. We're going to go in order from shortest to longest. The first video is from a fella named Patrick Tomaso. He makes videos about filmmaking stuff, specifically, how to do certain things, like from a filmmaker perspective, right? His video is called "Why Don't Movies Look Like Movies Anymore?" Well, let's find out.
Yeah, let's check it out. What does he have
Are
to
you
say? It's up on the screen. Yeah, we're good.
cool? We're ready to go. Here we go.
Go back in time to 1998 and look at one of the best shot movies of the 90s, The Parent Trap.
What are you fucking nuts?
Yes, the family comedy starring Lindsay Lohan, directed by Nancy Meyers, That Parent Trap. And this movie looks good. This film
I watched The Parent Trap within the last couple of years, and I agree. For
Yeah,
for what
right.
it is a quite a good looking movie, which I think is probably the first thing to point out for anyone skeptical that old movies looked better is that even not that The Parent Trap is a bad movie, but it's kind of mid, you know? It's not like one of the movies we're not comparing necessarily the heights of cinematic achievement to modern movies. It's like even The Parent Trap looked really good compared to a lot of modern movies. And I think he's right about that.
Yeah, I would agree.
I
But that's
don't
that's an important
necessarily.
thing to point out too, right? Is that like it's not this isn't gonna just be about like Dirty Harry or Dirty Harry or The Shining versus Doctor Sleep or whatever like action slop.
The Wizard of Oz versus
Wizard of Oz
Wicked.
versus Wicked. Yeah.
Yeah, because The
This
Wizard
is
of
just
Oz
like
looks
on a
incredible.
basic level, movies have like stopped looking good,
Yeah.
basically.
Topaz Dude says random comedies from 30 years ago look better than Oscar contenders of the 2020s. I
True.
think that's absolutely true. You'd be if you haven't seen any of them in a while, a lot of the sort of like, Adam McKay, Judd Apatow, like Will Ferrell comedies of the 2000s, those look great. They look really good, even as late as like Step Brothers. It's like, man, these are lit really, really well. They're shot very well. You know, maybe simply, maybe the lighting is like maybe mundane. It's not super stylish, but like the lighting looks great, you know, way better than a lot of things released today do. Certainly better than stuff like Wicked. Anyway, I will say I'm not in love with the lighting of his space in here.
Oh, you
I
don't
think
think the blue and orange is a classic cinematic, you know,
I
color
think if you
palette?
wanted, yeah, I think okay, if you wanted to spruce this up, because I do think, you know, if you're going to make a video, you're going to be on camera talking about how movies don't really look cinematic anymore. It might behoove you to have your lighting look a little more cinematic. I would, for example, give yourself a hair light to help separate you from the background a little bit. Maybe some like catch light next to the camera to give you a little bit of dings in the eyes, just a little something, you know. Maybe don't push it so warm, you know, there's things you could do, but this doesn't really look like the kind of, you know, the Parent Trap look that we're going for. I would just, yeah, there's a couple little things like that could spruce it up a little.
The film was shot by Dean Cundy, the guy that shot The Thing, the same person that shot Halloween, Jurassic Park, and Apollo 13.
This is a Dean Cundy appreciation stream. Dean Cundy, you're the man.
You're a real one.
You're a real one. Absolutely.
Cheers to
There's
you,
some-
Dean Cundy. These movies all kick ass. Well,
Yeah, they sure do.
One of the reasons I chose this film in particular is because this is the type of movie that comes out now and looks entirely forgettable. Now look, there's a lot of generalizations being made about modern cinematography lately. We had that big blowout with Wicked.
And it is a big, big mess.
But here's the thing, it's not a mistake. Every choice in that movie was a deliberate decision by very
God, I don't like the way it looks at all. It's so flat. It's so washed out. It's so
it's
desaturated.
wild how much it just kind of looks like raw almost. Like it's still got the gray. Oh,
It looks raw. It looks like log footage.
Yeah.
It really does. For those who are not familiar, modern digital cameras often shoot in formats like at log profiles or raw, which basically means the image looks, when you look at it like a log video, it's very desaturated and very gray, but that gives you a lot of information to mess around with in color correction. You know, if you were shooting in Rec 709, that would give you less information to mess around with the color in post. But the problem, and this is something I noticed when I was in film school, I'm sure there were some people in your class that had the same problem, where they shot their films in log, and then when they color corrected them, they got too used to the way log looks.
Yeah.
And so they didn't really
They didn't
bring the
push
saturation
things.
up enough. They didn't really, you know, crunch the blacks enough. So they showed it, and it's like, this still looks really washed out. And our professors had to be like, you know, you really gotta
You know you
up
can.
the saturation a bit.
You can pull more out of it, you know, like Bugs Bunny conducting the music, and that's yeah.
True. Yeah, it doesn't look great. You know, I've seen worse. I'll say that, but you know, there are sludgier, sloppier looking movies than this. But this is a big budget Hollywood musical. Musicals are like some of the most vibrant, colorful movies ever made. You know, compare this to anything from The Sound of Music or, you know, Singing in the Rain. It's night and day. Anyway, we'll let them keep going.
very talented people that made that movie. It's also ridiculous to say that all modern cinematography looks bad. We've had Dune 2, The Substance, Smile 2, Nosferatu,
Okay, see, this is my okay. So I'll let him finish this
and The
sentence.
Brutalist, which I think is one of the best looking films of the decade.
Ooh.
Okay.
Well, okay. Well, there's our first point of contention.
Disagreement.
For those of
Um,
you who were not around for our Oscar struggle sessions this year, we neither of us enjoyed The Brutalist, and we both thought it was quite ugly, actually, because it has a very
Yeah. Okay, so just look at this image that's on screen right now of The Brutalist. Do you look at that lighting and go, "Wow, that's one of the best looking movies of the year"? Because I don't.
I
It-
sure
I-
don't know. It just
mean,
looks
like,
like I
the-
mean it looks very similar to the way like almost every other drama is shot
Yeah,
right? Like,
and the examples he picks are rather strange, right? Because he wants to be like, look, there's plenty of good stuff still being made, but then a lot of his examples, I don't know if I agree with him. They kind of make the same point that things are they don't look as good. So the Brutalist, for example, in this particular scene, like I don't think the lighting is very like
yeah.
flattering or dynamic or interesting really at all. His eyes are kind of in shadow. I don't think it looks particularly good. He mentions Dune Part 2, which I do think Dune Part 2 looks better than Dune Part 1 did, but both of those movies are pretty washed out. I mean, you could argue it serves, the setting. It's certainly a stylistic thing, but like I watched Dune 2, and there's a lot of cool looking stuff in that movie, don't get me wrong. But even still, there are some shots and some scenes where I'm like, man, this focus, the depth of field is like really shallow, and the focus is kind of going in and out in certain scenes in a way that I didn't really find especially compelling or interesting. Found it kind of distracting and kind of a eyesore at times. It's a decent looking movie, don't get me wrong. But in the substance is really colorful and saturated. We'll give it that. That's for sure.
Yeah.
The look of the movie is
Still
not
looks
the
a little bit
problem.
like an 80s music video, you know.
A little bit, and that's part of
Or,
part of the
or
vibe it's
I
going
shouldn't
for.
say 80s music video because 80s music videos didn't really look like that. It's more like a music video trying to look like the 80s, but it was made now. That's kind of what it had the
Yeah,
vibe.
it's a lot of his. The substance. I'll give the substance that it looks better than a lot of other modern movies.
Yeah, no, I'll
For
say
sure,
that. I'll say that.
for sure. I don't think The Brutalist is one of them,
No.
unfortunately.
So someone mentioned, yeah, Topaz mentioned the brutalist cinematography is a big mixed bag. Some shots are like some shots look great. Others
Sure.
really like they look like this. I mean, there's no hair light
Yeah.
to separate him from the background, like we
You know what
just
shots
said.
you know what shots look good in The Brutalist are the outdoor scenes, right? That are just using natural sunlight
Yeah,
and it's shot on a really nice, VistaVision film stock. It just looks good. A lot of the interior stuff I find is very underlit, you know? Like there's no real hair light separating him from the background. Like there's no like dings in the eyes or anything like that. We'll talk about these things more in detail, I suppose, as it goes on. But this is not what I would point to as one of the better looking movies to come out recently.
I think Blankface is right here too. Also pointing out that for all of the flaws for all the flaws that you might find in other parts of it, David Lynch's Dune is unironically in a lot
It
of
looks a lot
places
better.
much better looking than
I
Denis Villeneuve's Dune.
I like the colorful. I like that it's colorful. I like that it's saturated. I like that
The
some of the
depth and
designs have.
complexity of the design and the
Yeah,
sets,
yeah.
like he really,
I like that stuff
yeah.
better for sure. Um, Oh God, I'm really not looking forward to the Odyssey, by the way. That is probably the most striking example. It hasn't come out yet, but everything I've seen of Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey, it's just like, oh, everything is dingy, everything is gray, everything is desaturated, everything is dirty, nothing is like vibrant and colorful. Now, that's a very specific kind of problem that The Odyssey has because I think part of what's happening there is that at least a lot of modern creative people have a bias against the past, and so
Well,
they
that
don't
is
like
true.
to show historical scenes and settings as like vibrant and colorful and clean. Everything has to be dirty and gross because they have this idea that history is just linear progress, essentially that like, oh, like I don't know. It just seems like if we made a movie about ancient Greece and it was prettier and more vibrant and saturated and colorful and beautiful and cleaner and nicer than a lot of things are today, that would
Yeah.
sort of betray the idea that we've progressed along every dimension possible.
I do think also that Game of Thrones has some influence over that still, right? Because the
Hmm.
massive success of that, yeah, the early seasons are well, not even just the early seasons, right? Like it goes for this sort of gritty, grimy, realistic sort of take on a medieval setting, which it works well in service of its story in the first few seasons. But not everything from a fantasy perspective needs to look like that to get appeal, You can make things your own. It doesn't have to just be, oh, let's do the Odyssey, but like make it look like Game of Thrones. We don't have to do that.
No, I would have really preferred that we didn't do that, actually.
Yeah.
Next is Hives. Thank you very much for the super chat. Says, "Hey lads, what did you think of Bugonia? I did not see it. To be honest, I don't really think I want to. I'm kind of fed up with Yorgos Lanthimos. I'm just like, I'm not convinced he's ever going to make a movie that I'll actually really like all the way through. And or like, for all the pros that his movies might have, I find them to be really cynical and unsatisfying. So I'm just like, I don't think I care to see any of your movies ever again. That's just
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
just me personally.
You know, might check it out at some point. But we'll see.
Blankface says Nolan also said he wants to downplay the mythological aspects of the Odyssey, which is
Bro,
stupid because the
come
story.
on.
I did see that quote floating around. I haven't seen him. I'm getting mixed signals on that because I've also heard rumors that there is going to be like a giant, massive Cyclops monster. So like, if he's downplaying the supernatural influence of the gods, but he still has like supernatural creatures in it, mythological creatures. I guess we'll wait and see. But if he is going to try and downplay, the influence of the gods in an ancient Greek myth, that would be very, very stupid, Chris. Uh, I
Dude.
would say don't do that, but whatever you decided to do, it's
Well,
already too late.
there's literally no way to get the influence of like magic and monsters out of the story unless you just, I don't know, the Cyclops is just a guy in an eye patch. Yeah, it's just John
Yeah.
Goodman, in an eye patch,
Yeah.
like in Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, right?
Yeah.
But to do that, this is emblematic too of another problem that I have with modern, one of my favorites of the recent of recent years being the Northman, right? One of the problems that I have with it is that it doesn't lean hard enough, in my opinion, into the mythical aspect of it. It tries to have it both ways, and be
It could
like, oh
also
well,
stand
maybe
to have a
maybe the
bit more
Joker didn't
color.
actually exist. Yeah, it could. Oh, it could. I mean, he built those incredible sets and then lit them so dimly that you can't even fucking see them. Like,
Yeah, I always feel bad for people in the art department when you see stuff like that. It's like, oh, people took the time to design these sets and to decorate them with all these, beautiful details and everything, and then you're shooting it like completely wide open and really underlighting it, so you can't even see their beautiful work. It's like, people like dress these sets and they're very specific about the books they put on the bookshelf in the background of a shot or whatever. But then the focus is so shallow, it might as well just be like printed image of a bookshelf on a piece of cardboard. You know what I mean? You can't tell. So it's like, why are you wasting all these people's time? Speaking of Robert Eggers, though, one of the other movies that Mr. Tommaso here pointed out as one of the best looking movies that come out in the last year or so is Nosferatu, and I could not disagree more. I think Nosferatu looks bad. I don't like that movie really at all anymore. I don't think it looks very good. I don't think it's serving the story very well. It's just so dim and dark and underlit, and I get really sick of it. I feel like it's actually perfectly in keeping with a lot of modern trends that people aren't happy about anymore. Like, try watching Nosferatu on your TV at home during the day. Good fucking luck seeing anything that's happening in that movie. Anyway, that seems like a decent enough segue to get back to the video.
But it's clear that this was the movie that the audiences really went out and said, why don't movies look like movies anymore? Why do they look like sludge? Why do they look dull? Why do they look flat? This looks bad.
Really disgusting.
A lot of people have bad taste. I agree.
I do agree with that.
That is the simplest and shortest answer possible. A lot of people in the creative world don't recognize that these things don't look as good as the things that came before it. They think it looks good. They like the way it looks, and a lot of audiences don't seem to agree, but they just go, what do you mean? It looks great. That's the simplest answer. They have bad taste. But of course, there's much more to say about it.
Just look how rich and inky these shadows are, how bold all the colors are. Some of these exterior shots look like oil paintings. I can already feel you typing this comment and thinking it inside your brain, so hold on. I get it. Yes, Dean Cundey is a master cinematographer that's worked with John Carpenter and Steven Spielberg and a plethora of other amazing directors. And yes, he also shot on 35mm film.
Oh, that's That's a nice shot.
That
That
is.
lighting right there. Really nice.
Film, but I do not think digital cameras are the reason why things look so boring now.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I
I
don't think
that's a
that's
common thing.
yeah. It's a common
There,
thing to blame digital, but I don't think that that's true because you can get a lot of what you want. Maybe not all of it, but you can get a lot of what you want out of digital that you could out of film, right? Like it's not like an entirely limited medium anymore. Yeah, you would think the technology
yes.
would be there.
Well, yeah, so here's what's interesting about it. You can't just blame film. I am of the opinion that if all other things were the same, a movie shot on film would look better than one shot on digital.
I
That
would
said,
agree with that for the most part. Yeah.
yeah, that said, that doesn't mean you get to blame digital for all of these really bad lighting and color correction choices. However, the slightly more nuanced thing here is that this is kind of digital's fault in a way. Um, we'll get more into the specifics later, I think, but the simple version is that digital cameras have been getting better and better, but digital movies have been looking worse and worse. And I think there is a correlation. I think you would say an inverse correlation in the like quality improvements in digital sensors and digital camera technology and the quality of the images people are making out of those tools. I think part of the problem is because camera technologies are getting better and better, filmmakers are getting lazier and lazier. So it's not really the technology's fault so much as it allows people to do
Yeah.
less work. There'll be better examples of that later, but I just want to plant that seed now.
But there is to digital cameras that I think is contributing to this gray, sludgy aesthetic. And it's three little words: high dynamic range.
Oh, okay, perfect. This is what I was going to talk about. So,
Take a seat.
When digital cameras were first starting to get used for bigger cinema productions, they were lower dynamic range, which means the highlights clipped a lot easier and the shadows were usually noisy and you couldn't see anything. This led to people calling digital the video look. Nobody liked the video look.
Look it up.
And so the industry responded, and it's been responding every year since those first digital cinema cameras. They're getting better and better. They can see more. The dynamic range keeps getting higher and higher. And that makes it easier than ever to film things because you can essentially see everything now with these cameras. But just because you can see everything doesn't mean you should.
You're
Gray.
that's pretty good.
That's actually good. That's pretty funny.
I like that. I agree. I think one of the things that you'll notice, and this is a very common thing, like when you listen to cinematographers talk, in behind the scenes things and interviews and stuff like that, they'll always talk about things like keeping detail in the shadows and making sure highlights don't blow out. And if you just look at a lot of a lot of classic movies, they just let details fall away in the shadows because you don't need to see literally everything. It's actually quite a bit better in many respects to like focus people's attention to specific areas of the frame, like people's faces. Like, okay, if this movie that we're seeing on screen right now was shot in the 70s on like 70s film stock, all the details in her black outfit would just be gone, or most of them would be. It would just be black. You wouldn't really be able to see that. But do you really need to? Really, like, is any of that really necessary for the shot? We really want to direct your attention to her face, and so if her outfit just kind of disappears into black, and you can't really see the finer details of where the two, parts of the coat meet and everything like that, does that really matter? I don't think so. Unless it's important to the shot for a storytelling reason. I think, a lot of cinematographers, they want to make sure that, there's still information in the shadows. It's like, why?
What do we need that for?
What do we need
Necessarily,
that for? Unless there's a specific storytelling reason, then you can use light to just make sure a certain area of the frame doesn't disappear into darkness completely. But otherwise, it's like I don't get the obsession with that.
Yeah.
When we watch these old movies, even though they're shot on film, which has great dynamic range, there is contrast.
Yes, look at all this stuff.
Yeah.
It's just night and
That
day,
shot
man.
from The Last Cowboy is fucking gorgeous, man.
Yeah, man. I've never even seen that movie. But yeah, it looks great.
The shadows are rich and dark. The highlights
Also,
are
I just
bright
really quick
and
want to
punchy.
point out some people in the chat are talking about how, like, they don't agree with the idea that nobody liked the video look, and they're pointing out Collateral as an example. Collateral is a great example of how the video look can be used to, the effect, the overall benefit of the movie, as is one of the first ones that he showed, which is 28 Days Later, because I think that
Yeah.
the way that they use that, low dynamic range video camera really makes the frames pop. They have a real artistry behind them, so I think that that's another thing, right? Like,
Yeah, certainly. I think those two examples were not the best choices. I mean, he showed some other ones that I do think looked just kind of like bleh. But like part of the problem is now those things have like a really cool, fresh look to them in a way that at the time, I think it's fair to say at the time that those movies came out, there were a lot of people that were like, "Oh, that looks like crap." You know
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah,
Like especially 28 days later, like I think it takes a little bit of time for people to be like, you know what, the style of the movie is actually like really cool and deliberate and really lends itself to the story that it looks like crap in a good way, you know?
yeah,
And especially now camera technologies have just gotten better and better and better. People sort of long for the artifacts of older technologies, whether it's like the hiss and crackle of like vinyl or film grain or like the so my girlfriend is a photographer and she got this little lens, this cheap lens you can buy on Amazon that sort of turns like a DSLR camera into like a point and shoot disposable camera. It's got like a really cheap lens. It's like a 3D printed thing, costs like $20, but it makes the image look like an old disposable camera. And if you attach like a flash to the top of your camera, so you get that front facing flash, you can take a digital photo that looks a lot like an old disposable camera. And it's got a really cool retro vibe. You know, a lot of those things are coming back now.
oh
And
yeah,
so the video look, because it looks so different than everything today, has like a, oh, that looks interesting and unique. And I think that's a huge part of standing out from all the slop being made today, is just doing anything differently, really. um but one of the things he's going to talk about here, I can't remember if he goes into detail, but he's talking about how the highlights on a lot of these movies shot on film are bright and punchy. Now, part of the problem here is that highlights for film and digital are not the same, right? When things clip, when they blow out, right? When there's no more information retained in them on film, they tend to look more visually appealing than they do on digital. Because on digital, like that information is just gone. It just turns into like a rather harsh white. It's not quite the same as it looks on film, where like the actual physical process changes the quality of the light. And so even when things are blown out, they still kind of have a nice appealing look to them. It's hard to describe it in any more detail than that, but I think if you look at them side by side, you'll find that that's true. Is that like the way that film and digital are different actually does really affect the way you shoot things, because in film, you can overexpose things and bring them back down with ease because all that information is still there in the highlights. You can bring that down. But with digital, it's the opposite. So like if you can always boost things in post when you're shooting digital to like make it brighter. But if you're shooting on film and you underexpose things, you can't bring that information up because it was not properly exposed. So they have inverted problems. So old films were often shot on film stocks that were a lot slower, as in they needed more light to be exposed properly. That's gotten better and better with time. But generally, film just needs more light. Even very fast modern film stocks, they need way more light because if you underexpose things that you really need to see, you can't bring it back in post. So the tendency is to aim on the overexposed side, if that makes sense. With digital, it's the opposite because if you overexpose, you can't get that information back, it's gone, right? So the tendency is to underexpose things, right? And so this is part of what leads to the approach with modern films is that you use less light because you don't want those highlights to blow out and be gone and turn into that harsh clipping sort of white that you can't get any information back. And so you underlight everything. And so and especially as digital cameras get better and better in terms of how sensitive the sensors are and how little light you need, eventually you start using barely any light at all, which is, I think, probably the biggest difference, right? So,
Yeah.
like, that's not necessarily something that you can work around in order to get the results you want that look like older films with digital, but it does affect how people use them, and it sort of affects, you know, your headspace essentially. Um, yeah.
We clipped out all the time. Spielberg still clips his windows, and it creates such dynamic, interesting, and bold cinematography. Remember this movie from 2007? Just a little high school teen comedy called Superbad. I swear to you, for the longest time, up until like this year, I was entirely convinced this movie was shot on film. It wasn't. I was wrong. This movie was shot on the Panavision Genesis HD. This is a
I did not know that. Did you know that,
No,
Hugh?
I
I would have
thought the same thing.
I would have assumed it was shot on film. It looks really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's another example of, like, you know, like, it's a, I mean, Superbad's more than this, right? But, you know, it's essentially a boner comedy that's being shot that looks better than an Oscar
Yeah, it looks
contender.
really nice.
Yeah.
One of the big differences is they use a lot of light, man. There's a lot of light. It makes a difference.
camera with a dynamic range than an iPhone. Not only does Superbad have great contrast, but look at the production design and wardrobe, the intentionality. The fact that this car is red was a choice. The fact that the
Okay, that
Yeah.
feels not at all related to the point, but sure. I mean, because, like, you know, the art design and everything was very deliberate and colorful, actually, in Wicked, as we saw from the behind the scenes photos. And
Yeah.
you know, like, it's actually, there's a lot of color there. They just chose not to include it in the final film for reasons. It's red. It's red.
The car is red.
these
that was a
interiors
choice.
have rich
It was a choice. It was deliberate. They made that car red on purpose.
70s mahogany and wood and brown carpet. These are all intentional choices, and it's why the image looks so great. It's not because it was shot on a digital camera. It's not because it was shot on film. It's because choices were made, smart choices. You know, when a 6-episode series of TV has like 2,000 or 3,000 VFX shots, it's very difficult to say, hey, you know what? I want like a hard slash of light to come through the window and pool on a character, and I want some nice light here on the eyes, because you might get into post and that room won't even be the same room anymore. They're gonna say, you know what, that window, we don't even want that window anymore. The light doesn't make any sense. We gotta reshoot this whole thing. So what do? We shoot it bland. We shoot it boring. We light it flat. We don't commit.
Yeah, he might have a point about that, actually.
I think he does broadly have a point about that. I would say it's a bit more than lighting it bland. It's sort of like, so obviously the fact that they might change the background, so that might change where the light sources are coming from. You might shoot it more flat and even with like nice soft light that kind of wraps around the face, so it's not really clear where the light source is coming from in a way that would be distracting with how they make the background. That's certainly a thing that happens.
Yeah, and I
But
would,
the other thing-
especially in movies like, I mean, I doubt it's as much the case for something like Wicked that has, you know, a game plan going forward, and maybe not even for, you know, if Star Wars. I'm not familiar with Ahsoka. I'm not familiar with, you know, Dave Filoni, and, you know, if he actually has intention in his story. But if we're talking about like Marvel movies, right, where they, you know, we know they're just constantly changing and recutting things because they don't even have scripts ready to go 2 weeks before the production starts. Like that,
Yeah.
I think that point applies probably more broadly to that. You know, that's probably why they look like shit, because,
Yeah.
you know, who knows if this character is even going to play a role moving forward. Who knows if Bill Murray is going to be an important character in Ant-Man, you know, 3. You know, can we even get Bill Murray's character, right? We got to make sure that we light just well enough that, like, if we have to cut him in later or cut a new actor in later, we don't, you know, throw off the color balance, you know.
For sure. I definitely think this is a problem, right? And this also explains partly why movies are so ungodly expensive these days, because they won't commit and, you know, be very deliberate in their choices. They film things so with maximum flexibility for being able to change their mind later if they want to. They reshoot, you know, It used to be crazy when a movie had reshoots.
Yeah, now
Remember
it's
that?
expected.
Yeah, now it's expected for any major tentpole thing. There will be like at least a week's worth of reshoots. That was not normal, like 20 years ago, even. It's crazy how normal that is now. So that's certainly a factor. I wouldn't say it's even the primary factor because you could shoot a whole movie on like entirely blue screen like this. I like, for example, Avatar, the Avatar movies, the live action stuff, specifically, does look really good. You know what I mean? So it's
Yeah.
like it's not the main thing, but it's certainly contributing to the problem where they're like, especially if they're indecisive or especially if they don't really realize the problems they're causing for themselves later, they might just shoot everything basically the same way against the blue screen. They backlight it so they can separate it from the blue screen, and then they're just like, I guess we'll have every scene be backlight. The most extreme example I've ever seen of this, we talked about it when we talked about the Minecraft movie on EFAP. In the Minecraft movie, when they're in the Minecraft world, and I'm dead serious here, 99% of every shot in the entire movie, when they're in the Minecraft world, is backlit. Even if we have a scene, we have like three characters standing in a triangle, and we're cutting between them. All three of them will be backlit, even though that makes no sense. The sun can't possibly be behind all three of them, but it is anyway because that's how lazy they were. They're just like, backlighting is just really, it makes green screen and blue screen work really easy because it makes it easier to separate them from the background. And I think a lot of modern people are just obsessed with backlighting. We'll talk about that a bit more later, but it's so extreme, their obsession with backlighting in the Minecraft movie, that it just completely fucks the continuity. It's really rather remarkable, and it looks terrible. So I think all these things are related, but they're kind of maybe secondary to the main problems.
Yeah.
There's a lack of intention in the way we are creating so many things these days.
Now you turn up in a set and everything, cameras see everywhere. There's too much latitude. There's green screens everywhere, which, I can teach any idiot to light a green screen for 20 minutes.
I don't know why
That's funny.
so many filmmakers like this raw, nearly log-looking image. I can make this look like Deadpool and Wolverine, but why would I do that? I want contrast. I want this to be dark. I don't want to see everything here.
I will give him that his setup is a bit more visually interesting than Deadpool and Wolverine, but I still don't like it.
Well, and
So-
as he's pushing it even darker in the back and everything, all right,
Yeah.
okay, all right. But no, I
This
agree.
image feel cinematic.
Look at
It's
that.
this
I mean,
contrast
damn.
between the bright parts and the dark parts. If you just go on YouTube and watch some camera reviews, look at the comments, and don't do this because that's a scene you really don't want to be a part of these days, but go watch some camera reviews and look at the comments, and you will always see people saying, oh, the highlights look very digital, they're clipping a little too soon, I don't have enough detail in my shadows. Why do we need to see all of this? I also think
Wow,
It's a good question, though. I
that's a
think-
great question.
Especially when it comes to details in the shadows. The problem that I think he's sidestepping here is that when highlights clip in digital, it does look worse than it does on film. Like, yeah, it's a little hard to quantify or qualify exactly the difference there, but it does look worse. So I can understand why you don't want the highlights to clip when you're shooting digitally.
we're legitimately losing the talent to do this stuff and the taste. I've joked about this before, but David Fincher's Seven is an example of a movie that I just don't think we know how to make anymore. I don't think there's crews out there or people, cinematographers, or directors. I don't even think David Fincher knows how to make this movie ever again.
Oh shit!
Oh, wow. Okay. Wait a minute.
Shots
Hold
fired.
on. I like that. I like this. This is spicy.
It is spicy. I appreciate him for having actual opinions. You don't see that. There's a lot of fence sitting on YouTube. So, certainly, okay. I think he's going to talk about The Killer a little bit, but I agree. I think Seven and Fight Club are like his best looking movies for sure.
yeah, I would
And
say so.
he's done a lot of great work in digital movies that look good, but I think his movies look best when he's shot on film. Yeah, God, because look how good Seven looks. That's an amazing movie.
Yeah.
Which is, Fincher
Does
is
he
a
not
pioneer
know?
at digital cinematography, and Zodiac is one of the best examples of what you can do with a digital camera. It was one of the first mainstream, big budget movies shot on digital, and
It looks good
It
for
looks
an
good.
early digital film. It does not look better than his movies shot on film, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's definitely on to something here, right? Like that Seven and Fight Club are two of David Fincher's best looking movies because as soon as he pulls up the shots from Zodiac, I like this is what all of David Fincher's movies look like from this point forward. I feel like that they're
Yeah, I
all
think so.
very similar to this.
Yeah. And it's not bad. I mean, as far as like
but
the
it
way a
doesn't
lot of
have-
modern
it doesn't
movies
have the
look,
depth.
no, the highlights aren't as hot. They're not as punchy. Everything is like there's less contrast, so it just I don't know. It feels a little bit more like everything's more midtones than it is like deep shadows and hot highlights.
It stood the test of time. It still looks better than 80 to 90% of the stuff coming out today.
I agree with that, and I think a big part of that is depth of field, something that comes up shockingly. It doesn't come up very much when people talk about these things, but I think some of the videos later we'll talk about it more then. I think depth of field is a big part of it.
Is not immune to the criticism of things looking clinical and sterile. And even the 7 remaster, we're seeing more detail. They're bringing up the shadows. You're seeing more in the image than we originally did. We're losing a little bit of that contrast. I want you to go.
Man, that compare contrast really that puts it into some stark perspective there. That because the shadows in that original cut are unbelievable.
Yeah, they look
They're
much
so
better,
good.
I think. It's I think especially for a movie like this, you really kind of want things to disappear into black. But yeah, I don't really love the way the killer looks. I think even when he made the switch to digital, David Fincher's work was better when he worked with Jeff Cronenworth. I think that's his name. He did Girl with the Dragon Tattoo and Gone Girl and Social Network. And then recently he made the switch to a guy named Eric Messerschmidt, I think is how you say it. He did Mank. He did The Killer. He did what's the show?
Mindhunter.
Mindhunter, right? Which they look good, but I don't think they look as good. I think Jeff Cronenworth, even with the digital stuff, had like a much better. He was much better about keeping the highlights nice and like crisp and punchy, which is harder to do in digital. But yeah. God, this shot right now looks really nice.
Go back to like 2014 and just throw on any digital movie because I can almost guarantee they all look good. Go watch James Mangold's The Wolverine or Drive. These are shot on Arri's first digital cinema camera, and come on, look at this. And the technology has only gotten.
They do look pretty good.
They do a pretty good job. Yeah.
Yeah. It certainly can be done with digital. I think we've definitely solidified the point that it's not really just the film versus digital problem. There's something deeper going on here. Though obviously it factors in, but it's not the whole story.
Better and easier and more accessible, but for some reason, with all of these advancements, we've never been less creative.
It's fine. I'll be fine.
Really disgusting.
So look, I'm not expecting everyone to shoot exactly like Dean Cundy. I just want.
No, we should expect everyone to shoot exactly like Dean Cundy because it would be infinitely
be
better
awesome.
than what we have now.
Or Tak Fujimoto. Shoot like him, please. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Want us to aspire to that greatness. And also, I sympathize with modern filmmakers. I get it. I want cameras to keep getting better because it makes it more flexible for us to make those decisions later, but we shouldn't be relying on it as a crutch. We need to make intentional decisions as we're filming things. And we shouldn't use low budgets or streaming platforms as an excuse to be dull and boring. And nor should we use realism as an excuse because that's a defense for this flat look because we want it to be real. Real life is full of color and
Based.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for saying that, Mr. Patrick. I totally agree. I hate that excuse. The funniest example of this, I think, showed up in YMS's Lion King Part 1 video, where he was making fun of Jon Favreau for saying that, they wanted the Lion King, the 3D version to be more realistic. And then YMS just starts showing pictures of Africa. He's like, look how colorful it is. Like, what are you talking about, John? It's pretty funny. Yeah, real life actually is quite colorful and saturated. Certainly, it's more colorful than movies are. If anything, even really good movies often restrict the number of colors in a lot of environments just to make them a bit more streamlined visually, if anything. Real life is very colorful and saturated and well
Yeah.
lit a lot of times.
Real,
But that I
real quick,
think
Ephraim Winslow is asking, isn't this the same guy who said that we shouldn't share negative opinions about stuff? Wasn't
I
that
don't
Chris Stuckman?
this is not Chris Stuckman.
This is not Chris Stuckman, no. So
let's
he's
see.
safe. Yeah, okay, good.
Well-
It's been corrected. Yeah.
Yeah, this is not Chris Stuckman. This guy actually, I've seen some of his videos, and they're, he says some all right things. About filmmaking, I don't agree with everything. Obviously, he thought The Brutalist was one of the best looking movies of the year, and I couldn't disagree more with that. But he's got real opinions, which I appreciate, and he actually knows a thing or two about, some of the technical stuff, which I would not say at all about Chris Stuckman. So he clears with ease. Yeah, I don't think this guy's made any videos about how we should stop criticizing things, because he's criticizing things in this video. He's just like, saying that David Fincher couldn't make Seven again if he wanted to. That's pretty bold take.
That's the kind of capital O opinions that we prefer to hear on this channel.
Exactly. That's what we want. So we're nearing the end of the video, and he said a lot of true things, and I appreciate that.
I think he's getting towards the kernel of the problem, but I don't think
so.
He's there.
But I cannot believe that he has not mentioned depth of field at all. And I think partly all the movies that he mentioned is like, oh, we're still getting good movies. A lot of them have like a really shallow depth of field, and that what we're looking at right now on screen has a very shallow depth of field. So I think he just likes that, but I think that's actually really, really deeply tied to what people notice about the difference between old movies and modern movies. It's one of the biggest stylistic shifts we've seen in the medium period, and it hasn't come up once in this video. I think it's a pretty glaring oversight, but it will come up later, so we'll get more into that when we get to it.
It's beautiful. I know that filmmaking is a complicated, messy endeavor with 1,000, a million moving parts. It's a volatile combination of taste, talent, money, sacrifice, and a whole lot of luck. But ultimately, it's a medium for audiences, and the audience has the final say. And it's pretty clear we want movies to look like movies.
You know what? I like it.
Yeah.
I'm with you there. Though Ephraim Winslow has pointed out that stop sharing your negative opinions. Highlight, yeah, he's wearing glasses and that, but it's him. Well, that's a shame if he said that, because he's sharing negative opinions in this very video, and we're praising him for it. So,
no, share more negative opinions.
Yes, please.
Please. Tell us more about how you don't believe David Fincher could make Seven anymore, even if he wanted to. That he's forgotten how to do it. I'm willing to have that discussion. I think.
Are we sure it's him? Because I'm looking at his videos and I don't see the video where he would have said that, but maybe he did. Either way, we disavow him disavowing negative opinions. We like negative opinions here. Someone's got to criticize these people that are making ugly movies. If we want better movies, you got to let them know. I think. Well, certainly audiences are becoming more aware of this. That's kind of the thesis of our whole conversation today, is that people are noticing. But that's the gist of his video. What he talks about after this isn't super important to the conversation. And we got a lot to cover today, so we're going to keep moving. That's cool with you. Did we get any?
No, I'm good.
Are we caught up on super chats? I think we are.
I think we are.
All right. Here we go.
Have you ever been?
Okay.
Oh boy. We're starting off strong. Ezra Miller staring me down.
I'm sorry. I didn't do a proper content warning for Ezra Miller. Now we're going to watch a video. This one is from closer to a year ago. It's from a channel called Tomorrow's Filmmakers. This also has quite a number of views, 3.9 million. This is called Why Modern Movies Look So Clean and How to Fix Them. And away we go.
Been watching the newest Hollywood blockbuster and think to yourself, why does this look so clean and almost fake?
Well, first of all, Elvis is very much supposed to look fake. I think
Yes.
that movie's rather hideous, but it's very clearly what
Well,
it's
that's
going
Baz
for.
Luhrmann.
Yeah, it's Baz Luhrmann for you.
Today, the pursuit of higher quality
Is
images,
that a Rings of
4K,
Power
6K,
shot?
It was a Rings of Power shot. Yes.
Why does Rings of
12K
Power
cameras
look fake? Wow.
is all anyone.
Okay, so he's already messing up for me. Let's go back. So he's showing some examples, right? Things that look too clean and
Why
how to
does this
fix
look
them.
so
So he shows Elvis, and certainly it looks very clean and fake, but that is kind of the point.
clean and almost fake?
Yeah, I agree that shot doesn't look especially great.
Today, the pursuit of higher
The Rings of Power doesn't look great. This shot is very
That
flat
shot looks
and
horrendous,
clean
actually. Like,
and horrendous. Yes, I totally agree with that.
quality images with 4K.
This one though, what's wrong with this
what-
shot?
I don't know what's wrong with the Dunkirk.
Look at all the
which-
texture. Like how does this look too clean? I wonder.
6K, 12K camera.
I mean, just because is it just because he mentioned that it's a really high res film format? I feel like we're throwing. You got to be careful at what visuals you show at what time, because you're leading me to believe that you think this looks too clean, and I don't know, man. I'm not so sure about that. It's a really nice looking shot. It's really great. I like Dunkirk a lot. I think
yeah,
that's a pretty
me too.
pretty great
Dunkirk
looking
is one of
movie.
my favorite Christopher Nolan movies.
It's certainly the best one he's released in a while. I think so.
Me too.
Cameras is all talks about.
Yeah, and the Fablemans looks really good. I like
Yeah.
the Fablemans too. Anyway. If you go back to the intro shot of this stream, that's a shot from the Fablemans. I think the lighting looks really, really, really nice. Steven Spielberg, he's still got it, baby. Anyway, the Fablemans is a good looking movie.
Digital filmmaking has revolutionized the craft, ushering in increasingly sharp, pristine, and flawless imagery. But why do we now look at better images and think that it looks worse? Even if we can't quite put our finger on why, we just know that something doesn't feel right.
Look at that shot.
Oh.
That's a really funny shot. He's
Graphic design is my passion.
he's conflating a couple things here, because some of these, maybe the problem is that they're like a little too crisp and clean and sharp, and sometimes it's just that like everything about the background looks fake and they don't look like they're really there, which I think is a different problem. Like, I don't know that this shot would look any better if there was more sort of like dirt in the atmosphere, such that like the horizon disappears quicker. Like grit you might add to make it look less clean. I just think they don't look like they're there at all.
Yeah.
Which strikes me as a very different problem.
Why does Saving Private Ryan in 1998 look better than Hacksaw Ridge in 2017?
So what? Okay, based on what we've talked about so far, what do you notice immediately between the two? Let's go back.
Just know that something doesn't feel right. Why does Saving Private Ryan from 1998 look better than Hacksaw Ridge in 2017?
Oh, wow. Could it be the depth of field?
That's part of it.
Part of it.
That's part of it. For me, it's the highlights.
Yeah.
Everything is so much more closer to gray than anything being like punchy and white in the highlights, or crisp, like especially the shot of him in the rain with the helmet on and Saving Private Ryan. Like, you really see the sort of like bright punchiness of the highlights, and it really makes the rain pop. And when you immediately cut from that to this, everything feels more gray, everything feels more muted. They're both are rather desaturated movies, but I think the contrast is the big thing I notice here. Yeah, I think it's a big contrast thing. Everything about this looks more gray and muted.
Why does Lord of the Rings from 2000 actually look better than the Rings of Power, even though it came out 20 years later? Or why does the...
Oh, there's that modernity bias right there. Of course, it would have to look better because it's 20 years newer. So of course it should look better, right?
Yeah. By the way, Lord of the Rings movies fucking look incredible. Some of the best looking movies ever made. I love it. They look incredible.
Batman look better than everything else? Why do modern movies look so clean? Do we as an audience want perfection, or do imperfections add character and authenticity? Or more importantly, What can filmmakers do to make their films more authentic?
Is this an example of something that's supposed to be more authentic?
This is poor editing choices.
Because this looks, like a rather, well realized video game cutscene, but I don't think it looks very good. Yeah,
Also,
some of the
what
examples.
exactly is he getting at with authentic? Why is authentic the gold standard? Shouldn't it like? Shouldn't we just
That's
be
a
like
good
aiming
question,
at like
Joe.
looking good, right? Should it like? Because he's saying
That-
what he's saying. It's like he's sidestepping, saying, "Why do modern movies look bland and uninteresting and bad? And how can we make them look good again? How can we make them look like like interesting and
Yeah.
stop with like this authenticity? Authenticity is a weird word choice.
It's a weird word to use. I totally agree. And as been mentioned, someone said Bullet Train, despite its flaws, is a pretty good looking film at points. There's definitely some bad CG in that movie, but I think
Yeah.
it's fairly well lit. I mean, we saw a couple shots of it in that little sequence. I think he's conflating too many things. That's part of the problem here. He shows those shots from Bullet Train, and the quality and the lenses used are so sharp that like you can see every single like wrinkle and pore in the skin in a way that like you probably wouldn't if it was film, because film would, like, the texture of the film grain would kind of smooth over that stuff a little bit. And so this is a problem I had with Barbie, for example. When we're in the Barbie world, this is also related to the story in Barbie, but like when we're in Barbie Land or whatever it's called, like everything's really bright and colorful and well lit, and it's actually very, very refreshing. I like the way the first half of Barbie looks, except for that the lenses are like really sharp and crisp, and it's all digital. So like you can see all the imperfections in their skin in a way that like doesn't really work because they're supposed to be dolls. If it was shot on film, it would smooth that out a little bit, and it wouldn't be as like razor sharp and hyper detailed where you can see every pore, because I don't think you need to see every pore. I think sometimes that level of detail is distracting, right? But that's one issue. And then we're also talking about authenticity and realism, and I don't think he's prepared to disentangle all of those things. And also he's talking about, just hold on, what was the other thing he said?
Or do imperfections add character and authenticity? Or
Oh,
more
okay. So
importantly,
what he's saying is that like it looks too perfect, and so that makes it not look authentic and real.
Yeah, I feel like we're gonna walk straight into a mess on that one, trying to detangle those
what
things.
can filmmakers do to make their films more authentic?
Is that supposed to look authentic? Anyway, we'll move on.
Let's dive in. First of all, this topic goes way beyond the film world debate of film versus digital. It is
True.
true that film and digital both have totally different looks, but I've also seen digital look like film, and I've seen film look like digital. By it,
That shot. I love that shot so much. It's one of my favorite memes in movie history. Is like her little run in Wonder Woman
Max
1984.
Lord.
It's so good. I disagree slightly with the like. I've seen film that looks exactly like digital, and I've seen digital looks exactly
I
like
disagree
film.
with that as well. I
I
don't know.
disagree.
I cannot remember seeing a movie shot on film that I was like, oh, that's got to be it. That's got to be CG. That's got to be shot on. That's digital.
It's
for
got to
sure.
be shot on digital.
It's got to be shot on digital. No.
its nature, film is less clean and something we're used to seeing in those incredible cinematic masterpiece films. But in the right hands, digital can blend perfectly or even replicate film.
Did
No.
he just imply that Joker and Space Odyssey like are replicas?
I don't know. He seems to be thinking that like, okay, film used to have texture because of film grain and things like that. It wasn't as perfect, had a lot of more like physical texture to it. But modern digital movies can look like film if they have texture to them. And then he shows the Joker, and it's like, The Joker does not look like it's shot on film. You know, I think it's
No.
got a decent look to it, but it doesn't look like film at all. It's not really trying to, and that's fine. You know. Also, Dune doesn't look like it was shot on film. It really doesn't.
No.
And also, like, I mean, like, okay, he's gonna. The one thing I know about this video, I haven't watched all of it, is that he really, really, really likes the Batman, right? And he thinks like, oh, it's so like dirty and textured and great. But then he's like, oh, and that makes it look like a classic film. And then he shows Forrest Gump. Does Forrest Gump look dirty and textured? No, it looks actually very, very brightly lit and clean, if anything. So
I was a little
uh,
surprised that he used an example from Space Odyssey to say like, "Oh, that looks dirty and textured." That I would say that that's maybe one of the quote
cleanest.
unquote cleanest movies I've ever seen.
Yes. Yes, exactly. Because it's using a fuck ton of light,
Yeah.
and that's it makes a big difference. Yeah.
David Fincher, master storyteller with films such as Gone Girl, The Social Network, The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, and so many more.
Oh, don't include Mank in that list. Fuck Mank. That movie sucks. Anyway, sorry. I like David Fincher a lot, but Mank is a steaming pile of horseshit. I hate that movie. It's also really ugly. It's one of the ugliest black and white movies you'll ever see. Anyway,
Maybe Mank
Loves
was
working
the
with-
evidence that David Fincher doesn't know how to make Seven anymore.
that's what I would point to.
Because
for sure.
right, because it's supposed to be a backstory to Citizen Kane, right? So you would think that if you were going to shoot
Yes.
something like that, you would want to shoot it on film, maybe. Like get
Even
those
then, you would
contrasts
want to
and
shoot it with a
shadows.
lot of light.
Yeah,
And on wide angle lenses and the other things that Citizen Kane did. But no, Citizen Kane has like some of the deepest depth of field in any movie ever made. And David Fincher's just like, nah, I like everything shallow because that's how I shoot all my movies. And then he pretends like, oh, we really wanted Mank. He said at some point, I'm paraphrasing here, that he wanted Mank to feel like a movie that you could have pulled out of like a film canister from the 1940s,
It
and you
does
wouldn't know
not,
the
David.
difference. It doesn't even a little bit. You didn't even try. It's so embarrassing, actually. It's really such a stain on his filmmaking career. I hate that movie.
red cameras, which over the years have kind of developed a reputation of having somewhat of a digital look. And I've even heard some
Really? Red digital cameras have something of a digital look? You don't say. I don't think
I would say that the reputation they've developed is that they have a Netflix look because that's what
Yes.
Netflix was using
Yes.
forever
for a very long time.
Yeah,
Because that's a quick sidebar that's actually kind of interesting, right? So Netflix had standards that you had to be able to shoot at a high enough resolution and with bit color depth and all sorts of stuff for anything made for the platform. Any Netflix original had to be shot on cameras capable of certain resolutions. And what were the industry standard digital cameras for quite a while, the Alexas and the Alexa Minis and things like that, for a long time, could shoot 4K, like it could shoot Ultra HD, but it couldn't shoot true 4K, as in actually over 4,000 pixels, right? But so that they didn't qualify for Netflix's approved camera list for a long time. So if you wanted to shoot something digital for Netflix, a lot of it was shot on the red because it had the higher resolution. But I am of the opinion that the Alexa sensors are much better at like rendering color and things like that than the reds are. I think if you're going to shoot on the nicest digital camera possible, it's going to be on an RE Alexa Mini or something like that, or I just think they make the best sensors, kind of bar none at this point. The Sony Venices are really nice these days, but you just can't beat.
you can't
You
beat the
can't
RE.
beat the RE look. It's so nice.
cinematographers refuse to use them. Yet none of his films look digital in any way.
No,
No, buddy.
No.
Whoa, we're gonna disagree. We're gonna disagree big
they
time on that.
they look good for digital. They look really good, but it's obvious that they're digital. It's so obvious. It's unbelievably obvious.
If I didn't know that all of them were shot on film because of how authentic they look.
By the way, I just wanted said that this is a channel called Tomorrow's Filmmakers, and they offer like filmmaking advice, and know-how and stuff like
And
that.
his advice
And this
is,
guy
oh,
can't
I
tell.
can't tell that shot right there is shot on digital because it looks so authentic. What does that even fucking mean?
Let's find out. Let's find out what authentic means for this chap.
Yet shot on the same red camera looks like a cartoon.
Well, that's okay.
Do you think
That's badly incorporated CG and special effects.
Yeah.
It's not the same. It's just not the same.
this
I mean,
is
they look worse.
This is post-peak Peter Jackson here. This is
Yes.
Peter Jackson trying to shoot 3 movies for as cheap as he possibly can. You know, like without having everybody live in New Zealand for another year and a half to make them.
I will grant you that this looks far worse than the girl with the dragon tattoo, but
Yeah.
it's not. It's not because it's digital.
Cinematographer Steve Yedlin, ASC of Knives Out, Looper, and The Last Jedi.
You don't have to say
Ryan,
ASC. You don't have to you don't have to read their full union title. It's fine. Here's what I'll say. We just talked about Knives Out, the most recent Knives Out movie yesterday on EFAP. The Knives Out movies do look really good, actually. Like I will give them that. Is the best thing about them is that they look pretty good. You know, they buck a lot of modern slop trends in the visual department. I will give him that. They're written abysmally, but they do look pretty nice, actually.
Challenges us to
think of a camera not as a look maker, but merely as a data collection device,
and that the aesthetics we desire
are determined predominantly downstream in the processing pipeline by what we do with the data, not with which instrument collects the data.
This shows us that capturing your story on film doesn't simply make a beautiful, authentic experience for the audience, and realizing that the power to control how your film looks is ultimately in your hands and not the tools we put in our hands.
That's a perfectly fine and salient point. I like it. Those looked pretty comparable. If you were going to pixel peep, you could tell the difference, but otherwise it's like, yeah, they look pretty good. Color corrected the same. They're lit very similar. Yeah. You would see the difference more if there were more extreme lighting conditions. But otherwise,
one of the things that I want to disagree with on that point, though, right, is that the cinematographer he's quoting says to essentially think of we're thinking of the camera as a tool for what we're going to do with it later. I don't think that that's like great advice overall. I mean, like you're going to think of it as a tool for what you're going to do with the footage in post. Like that kind of eliminates the entire purpose of, getting the lighting correct on the set, right? Like, isn't that sort of sidestepping?
Unless what he's saying is like what matters is what you put in front of the camera and what you do with it afterwards, not necessarily just the tool itself to collect it.
Okay, then that
if that's what he means, sure. But I mean, obviously, like when you look at his movies, they're pretty well lit. I think he understands and appreciates lighting more than a lot of people do these days. So we'll give him a little leniency there. Pixel Peep is my SoundCloud rapper name. I love the term pixel peeping. It's funny.
Yeah. Okay, I'm glad to see if like others in the chat noticed that too, right? Because like the way that the advice is given does make it sound as if post is the only thing that matters, and the camera, the camera is just a tool to,
It sounds that way for sure. I would charitably assume that there's no way he really means that, and that surely what you put in front of the camera is, incredibly, incredibly important. But I think the most charitable interpretation is that it's just that like the capture device isn't the thing.
Yeah.
Necessarily. Obviously it affects it, but don't think about it as the primary thing.
That is where we start.
Oh.
Now you might say,
started.
well, why not just capture the cleanest, most pristine image possible to allow for maximum flexibility in post? There are film stock emulation plugins and software that gives us tools to bring in imperfections. So why don't we all just shoot that way? Well, there are elements that we can't change in post, such as camera choices, lens choices, filters, lighting.
Lighting mentioned. Woohoo!
There we go.
Lighting finally mentioned. Arguably the most important piece of all of this, and it gets a throwaway line sometimes.
All of these things filmmakers must decide while filming. It all comes down to choices. We would argue that the best filmmakers that land classics are ones who make bold choices and stick to them. Filmmakers like Denis Villeneuve and his choices on Dune, or Matt Reeves' choice to dirty up the frame practically in The Batman.
Okay. I mean, yeah, we'll just let that go.
Still industry giants that we look up to, yet
Aren't both of those movies Greek Fraser? The
The-
cinematographer. Didn't he do the Batman and Dune?
I think he did, yeah.
Greek Fraser. I would say Greek Fraser, however you say his name, is the guy who does this very, very modern look as good as you can do it. That's what I would say. Everything's underlit. The focus is really shallow. Things are not incredibly saturated. You know, all the sort of hallmarks of the modern look that a lot of people bemoan. It's like he seems to understand how to do them as well as you can. That said, I would still prefer, I would prefer Dune. I would prefer the Batman if it had, you know, it's a stylistic choice, but I tend to prefer the way the Nolan Batman movies look to the Batman, because there's more light, like there's a deeper depth of field and all these sort of things. Yeah, but he is probably the guy I'd point to be like, if you want to see how that look can be accomplished the best, he would be the person to look at.
He also did Rogue One. He did Foxcatcher.
Yeah.
He did Zero Dark 30.
Yeah.
Classics like Snow White and the Huntsman.
Who could forget? Who could forget? Yeah, and those
Yeah.
like I said, like those movies look as good as that style can look, in my opinion.
in their own words, they say their choices might get them fired. Yet they stick to their choices and sometimes win an Oscar for it. If you begin to see your camera as a data collection device, your first choice is lenses. Filmmakers have many lens options available to them, but the choices break down to these main factors:
The fuck was that?
modern or vintage,
Just having Jake
What'd you say?
Gyllenhaal scream in the mirror. You have many choices available to you. Okay.
I don't think he's being too thoughtful about what he shows on screen at any given time. Ironic, I suppose.
anamorphic or spherical, prime or zoom. Now there's a lot more to it, but that's the heart of it.
That edit.
What?
Why would you show that on screen? Why is that so funny?
Go back. Play that over.
All right, we're gonna go
Choices
back.
break down to these main factors: modern or vintage, anamorphic or spherical, prime or zoom. Now there's a lot more to it, but that's the heart of it.
Why would that be
What?
what you choose?
Okay.
That's the heart of it. That's a really funny cut. Oh boy.
There's a growing selection of vintage glass rehoused in modern housing so that the metadata can be carried through to post-production. But a vintage set of lenses will have unique characteristics per lens, and color reproductions will be different across the whole set. Films like
That's starting to get into territory like somebody mentioned in the chat earlier, Zack Snyder buying those broken lenses off of eBay and then shooting an entire movie on them because he was like, "Oh yeah, this is gonna add all this really interesting artifacting." Like, no,
Ooh.
it looks bad.
It looks
like
awful. It's probably, I think that movie has the shallowest depth of field of any movie I've ever seen, and it looks awful. It looks just terrible. He's shooting everything completely wide open, as in like the aperture, the actual, amount of light being let into the camera is as wide open, like a dilated pupil, as it can possibly be. And so the focus is extremely shallow. Everything just falls away into muck, like inches away from the focus plane. It's really difficult to watch. It's difficult to look at. It's headache inducing. And I don't really care about lens flares.
Yeah, so like they're all full of dust, and it's like practically impossible to get it out for him. Like he's not even trying, but it's he's not doing anything like this. So they look terrible. He's lighting it with a cell phone flashlight and his white T-shirt. Like,
yeah,
And
I also think vintage versus modern lenses. Obviously, modern lenses tend to be a lot sharper That's one of the big differences between them. But I think if everything else was the same, and by everything else, I mean the lighting and the set design and everything else in terms of how wide open the lens is and what we're shooting at in terms of the film speed or the ISO on the camera, the Batman wouldn't really look all that different in a broad sense if you were using modern lenses versus vintage lenses. We're talking about very subtle effects here. They matter. They change things slightly, and that's obviously part of the palette that the cinematographer gets to paint with, but it feels like it's not really even close to the main thing, in my opinion. But we'll see what he's got to say about it.
The Batman, the Hateful Eight, Joker, and others specifically choose vintage glass that were actually used in films from the 60s, 70s, and 80s.
Yeah, but the Joker doesn't look like a 70s film, though.
No.
You know what I mean? Like
because the rest of the set design and the lighting and everything like that just doesn't match. Like and
I don't think it's trying to really look like a 70s film, or else they wouldn't have shot it on a large format camera. That's going to have a massive effect on the way the film looks, way more than the the vintage quality of the glass. And so saying like, oh, it's shot on movies from the period, it was trying to sort of evoke. And it's like, yeah, well, none of that really comes through. Maybe the lenses look slightly dirtier, and they might flare in slightly more interesting and strange ways. But, it's having a really mild effect.
Yeah.
Actually resurrected and retrofitted a 60s vintage Ultra Panavision lens that hadn't been used since Khartoum in 1966.
Now that makes sense, right? Because that's changing the entire visual style of your movie. You've got this big, massive, extreme long shots making up a lot of your masters in that film, right? That's one way of the lens and the camera influencing it. It doesn't. Joker does not accomplish anywhere near the same level of.
No, and I wouldn't even necessarily say it's trying to.
Yeah.
The Hateful Eight, they've taken way more. They've gone farther to try and make the movie feel like an older film than any of the other examples he cited. The lighting and the staging and everything like that, and the way it's shot, the film, like the aspect ratio, all that sort of stuff. That's, he actually, because he is like autistically obsessed with old movies, he really does understand how they looked different and what actually changed over time. And so he likes to stick to the things that he liked growing up, and it really shows because his movies look incredible. They're one of the few modern movies that do. Some of the few modern movies that do.
Possible Dead Reckoning Part 1 also used the exact 40mm Panavision lens on its Venice shoot that was used in the very first Mission Impossible film.
Yeah, but they don't look alike.
It doesn't look... it doesn't look
like... Dead Reckoning Part 1 also used the exact 40mm Panavision lens on its Venice shoot that was used...
Okay, look at the highlights. Look at the hair light. Look at the, we're using a lot more harsh direct light. It's not soft light with a big, giant diffusion in front of it. The light is harsh. The shadows are a bit more directional and harsh.
In the very first Mission Impossible film, the Batman used...
Oh, it was the shot before.
And Part 1 also used the exact 40mm...
Well, go to the one in the car. Let it play just a
Panavision lens on its
Venice
shoot that was
Everything's
used in the
kind of flat and even. I mean, it's a very different scenario.
Yeah.
It's just a guy in a room, but they look very different, man. Where are the highlights?
Because that doesn't... It's essentially this is just meta knowledge that lets you enjoy an Easter egg, right? This isn't something that actually affects the way the scene plays out or the way it looks,
Mm-hmm.
If they used the same lens as they did for the first movie in this, then you maybe as a Mission Impossible fan would be like, oh wow, that's really interesting that they decided to bring that back. Isn't that kind of neat? You would never be able to tell looking at it.
No.
That hasn't affected anything that you see in the visual style.
Yeah. Yeah.
Venice shoot that was used in the very first Mission Impossible.
This looks incredible.
Yeah.
I really like the way look how much detail you can see in the background. You know, it's nice.
Yeah,
It's just it's a really nice
this is a
frame.
very nostalgic, like spy thriller type looking.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
man. When you see them side by side, you're like, God damn, what happened?
film. The Batman used
You know, it's really funny. Quick story, because The Batman is an incredibly dark, underlit movie, and I don't really like that about it. There are other things about the visual style that I appreciate. This is not one of my favorite bits about it. When went to see it in the theater forgot to turn the lights off when the movie started. For like the first 5 to 10 minutes of the movie, the lights were just still on, and you couldn't see anything at all. It's really funny, you know, because when trailers are playing, the lights are still on, and you can see what's happening. Nope, not for this movie. It was really incredible. So I still really have no idea. Or at least, like, when I came out of the theater, I was like, I don't really know what happened in the first 5 minutes of the movie.
alpha anamorphic lenses that fell off drastically from the center focus, and the edges of the lenses were soft and brought the attention to the center of the
Where are the highlights? Everything's gray. There are no highlights
what he's
at all.
getting at here, right, is that like because it's an anamorphic lens and it's falling off on the edges, right? That change, like that's something. There's something to be said for that, right? That it's drawing.
That
the
means it's
focus.
authentic? Question mark?
I guess that's what he. Yeah, I guess so. Duh.
It's funny because you could so easily make the opposite argument, which is why I want to see if he clarifies this. Because you could say that like lens artifacting and camera artifacts, lens flares, focus fall off from anamorphic lenses, things like that. You could say that those distract from your perception that this is like a real thing that's happening because it reminds you that the camera's there, and
Yeah,
you could
well,
say that's less authentic. You could make that argument.
No,
I
you
wouldn't.
could absolutely. And what I was gonna say is that he's set up like the way he set this up, clean and authentic are in diametric opposition. That's
Yeah.
his like his two poles here,
Yeah.
right? It's either too clean or it's too authentic. Like, and how do you lend more authenticity to a to a film that's too clean? It's like that. Those two things are not. Those are not
Yeah.
opposites. So
I agree.
it's very difficult to grasp on to what it is what point he's trying to make about the look of these movies.
I agree. Defrosted Robot says, "How much more black could this get?" And the answer is none. None more black.
Slightly darker black.
frame, to the RE Prime DNA lenses used on countless productions like Rings of Power, Hijack, All Quiet on the Western Front, Peter Pan and Wendy, The Witcher, Men in Black, Solo, Ant-Man, and countless others.
These don't all look worse than the Batman, though. Some of them do, but like some of them, I mean, in isolation, I'm like, that's a fine shot. You know, I don't want to go through each individual one, but it's just like you're not really demonstrating that all of these are worse than the Batman just because they use modern lenses. They're sharper. They have less artifacts.
You'll see a
Wouldn't that
vast
be-
difference.
Wouldn't that be more authentic to the way you look at things? Like, I don't.
Yeah, well, he doesn't think that. He doesn't think that authentic means looks like how it would look if you were there and were looking at it with your eyes. He thinks authentic means dirt and grime on the lens and focus fall off and imperfections equals authentic for him, I think. Even though like you can see all the imperfections in their skin because the cameras are too sharp. Is that authentic?
Elrond has pimples. And clogged pores from the makeup that they've patted onto him. Doesn't that feel authentic? Isn't that what I want elves to feel like in Middle-earth? Like when Peter Jackson shot the Lord of the Rings movies, right? And he shoots the characters feel like, especially the elves are lit with this sort of soft cinematic, like golden age of Hollywood light that makes them glow, right? You can barely see imperfections on them because they're not supposed to be imperfect. They're fucking immortal beings, the fairest in all the land, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then Rings of Power comes along. It's like, yeah, we're just gonna shoot it like, just gonna shoot it like anything else. Like we're gonna shoot it like we shot Wheel of Time, and look at that. It's
the same problem I had with Barbie. Like these are supposed to be dolls. You'd think they would, I don't know, do something to avoid seeing literally every single imperfection in their skin.
Just with the lenses themselves. Most of these examples are heavily graded and stylized, but if we look at these wide shots from All Quiet on the Western Front, there's a slight vignette from the grade in post, but underneath, the color is super pristine, crisp, and clean. Something that doesn't seem to match a gripping World War I story from the
This looks
What?
clean. If anything, it looks dingier than it ought to because the movie is trying really hard to do war bad the end. You know what I mean? This doesn't look too clean to me. I don't know what he's smoking.
I'm sorry. His critique of All Quiet on the Western Front is that it looks. He feels that it looks too clean and pristine. The visuals are too ungrimy, I guess, for a gripping World War One drama.
If anything, it's trying too hard to be gritty and desaturated, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think it would be more powerful if it looked more like how it would look to the eye in terms of the color, at least, right? But
also, I think this movie looks pretty fucking good. Like, I don't think there's any.
yeah, it looks pretty good. You know, I don't love the visual style, but it looks pretty
No,
good.
it's
It
a
doesn't
pretty
look.
generic visual style overall, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of what you expect. I don't know if the guy who did this also did that German Netflix show Dark, but it does look
It looks like it. Yeah.
dark. So I wouldn't be surprised. But I don't think that it's necessarily bad, right? Like this.
No, I think this looks, fine for a modern thing.
Yeah.
It doesn't. I don't look at this and go, ugh, it's too clean. That's not my issue with it. You know what this needs? This needs more like anamorphic vignetting. Like, really? I don't. Okay.
trenches. And it's still a fantastic film. Imagine if All Quiet on the Western Front was shot like The Batman.
Oh my god. Oh god! Imagine
It would.
Imagine if it was shot like The Batman. Maybe if it was shot like, oh my god, that would be like. Just imagine though, like what if a Space Odyssey was shot like The Batman? Hear me out.
Okay, Topaz dude, you say you don't like the visual style for the All Quiet on the Western Front. That's fair. Do you think it would have looked better if it looked like the Batman?
Legitimate question. We welcome all opinions on this.
Now, see, everyone's complaining about the look of the Wicked movies, but what if they looked like the Batman?
What if they looked like the Batman?
The Batman's not gonna fuck you, bro. It's funny.
What an immersive experience it would become.
Hey, we're talking about lighting. For my money, the single most important factor here. Let's talk about it.
Dynamic range and incredible digital sensors combined with advancement in color grading allow for infinite zones and touch-ups on footage today where images are technically perfect, but really just flat. Many times you can
Why would you show that? Something that's like almost entirely VFX as an example.
tell they're in a studio lit with LEDs, unlike films that use natural lighting and a simple grade. Great.
Oh my gosh, the A and B comparisons here, it's just not helpful at all. Not helpful in the slightest.
Cinematography is all about depth and separation through lighting. The biggest
Don't show Mank.
Stop showing fucking Mank. Get it out of here. We don't want
We
it.
hate Mank. That's such an awful example to use in terms of separation because part of the thing with black and white is that you don't have color to separate things, to distinguish from certain objects in the frame. You have to use contrast. And so movies like Mank that are shot very shallow and very there's not a lot of contrast compared to something like Citizen Kane. It's actually a lot muddier to look at. It's harder to distinguish between things. You don't have that clarity that you have with movies with much more contrast, because contrast is really all you have when you're shooting in black and white. And so, yeah, anyway.
biggest mistake I see in filmmaking today is thinking that they should add more light to make the image look better.
Oh, this guy's so wrong. Man. It's so wrong because a lot of the things that we've complained about, that people will often complain about being too dark, being too underlit. Part of the problem is that they don't use enough light. And it's not, and what more light means is not everything needs to be flat and everything needs to be equally lit, but it means the lights need to be brighter,
Yes.
right? They could still be like when we saw, examples from Dean Cundy's masterpiece, The Parent Trap. With like light is coming through the windows and like kind of going through the dust in the air when they're in that like vineyard scene, right? There's a lot of light coming through those windows. That doesn't mean it's lighting every aspect of every area of the room flatly and evenly like it's a sitcom, but there's a lot of light. And part of the problem with a lot of modern sludge looking movies is that they're using very little light because the cameras are really sensitive and it's just quicker and easier to shoot that way because when you don't need a lot of light. So when you say that, like, the problem is people are using too much light, it's like you don't know how wrong you are. It's crazy. It's how you use the light, man. Because how much light you have affects how shallow the depth of field is. Because okay, the more light you have, then you have to close down the pupil of the lens essentially to get a proper exposure. And when you close down the pupil of a lens, just like when you close down the pupil of an eye, you more things. The focus plane is deeper, right? And that allows you to see more of the things in a room. Like you don't have like there. Okay, this scene in Emma right now is not a very good example, right? Because it's a bright sunny day and nothing in the background is in focus at all. It's like that's I don't think that looks especially good. You have this beautiful scenery and you're not using it at all, which is strange.
And one of the things that I find a little bit disappointing about this is how like the colors you could see if this was shot, because it seems like it's attempting to imitate something like a Barry Lyndon in this shot, right? Especially in the previous one where they're at the picnic, sitting around. But Barry Lyndon is pushing the colors and really making sure that they pop and that the shadows are It's almost like using the the Kurosawa advice for how to shoot in even in color film, right? Because he came from black and white and then started shooting color. But one of his, I mean, Ran is probably one of his most famous and maybe best reviewed movies, especially for the visual style. And his philosophy behind it was light everything like you're lighting for black and white, because that way the shadows will still be really strong and dark, but now the colors will pop really brightly, and you get like all that depth of imagery in there, right? And it makes for a really interesting, beautiful thing to look at. I think that more people should do that, actually, not focus on like, oh no, maybe we don't need to shoot with as much light. Maybe we need to make things look like the Batman.
Someone mentioned The Lighthouse, and I think that's a great example because The Lighthouse is gritty. It's shot on film. There's a lot of grain, and it's also like it was specifically shot with a filter that removes red light before the light reaches the film, and to mimic old school film that was only sensitive to blue and yellow light. It wasn't sensitive to red light. And that means like it makes skin tones really gritty because all of the red and rosiness in skin just kind of disappears and turns dark. So you can really see textures in the skin. If you watch The Lighthouse, it looks more than any movie I've ever seen, kind of like old school black and white portraits. Like we talked about it when we talked about The Lighthouse, like that, like some really famous portraits of people like Ernest Hemingway, where their skin is like super gritty and textured. The Lighthouse has that look, but The Lighthouse is not underlit like the Batman is in terms of like how much light they're actually using. The Batman is like almost pure black so much of the movie, but The Lighthouse has like really strong highlights and it has a lot of contrast between the brightest and darkest areas of the frame. And the way they do that is with tons of light. So much light that the actors complained about like almost going blind, like not being able to see the actor across the table from them because the lamp in front of them was incredibly, incredibly bright. But you can't tell that when you watch the movie because they stop down the lenses really, really like tight. So like not a lot of light is actually getting through. But it allows for a lot of texture and a lot of detail while maintaining contrast. And the Batman has like no contrast at all. Really not a fan of it. And I don't think, especially, that every movie ought to look like that. Holy crap, it's really windy outside. Jesus, the tornado's coming from me. It's just like a Wizard of Oz. Anyway, let's continue.
And it does look better by not having shadows on faces or to remove any darker areas in scenes, but does it actually make it better for us as an audience? Let's look at Ticket to Paradise. It's almost as if comfort was more important than the visual results. The film looks technically perfect, details in the shadows and the highlights, exposed and graded well, but is it too perfect?
If he's gonna say it needs to look like the Batman, I'm gonna freak out.
I'm gonna lose my shit.
For a modern, like very lighthearted comedy, this looks okay. Honestly, not great, but like
No, it doesn't. It like there's
a little flat.
the previous video kind of had more to say about this, right? Where like you would put this next to something like The Parent Trap or When Harry
Yes.
Met Sally, you know,
Great
like
example.
a comparable sort of thing from an earlier era, and you would see that like the lighting and the way that it's shot, it's just there's not as much going on, right? Like there's not as much intentionality behind how they're lighting the scenes. It's kind of like they're playing it to put almost like following the cinematographer's advice, playing it for post. For what we can do with it in post, than we are like trying to get it right on the day, right? We're just trying to shoot it and get a movie with Julia Roberts and George Clooney because they have great chemistry together. We got to get that ready to go, and we'll just get whatever visual style we want in post production. It also just kind of looks like, I don't know, every Netflix show, and maybe that's kind of what they're going for. This sort of like very hyper
flat and
like
even
flat digital look.
Yeah, I mean, I like that it's not underlit. That is something I appreciate about it.
Yeah.
There's clarity, and you can see what's happening, and you know what I mean. And like this kind of movie doesn't need an incredible amount of contrast, but it could certainly use more contrast, more texture, more hair lights for something. That seems to be something that's gone from a lot of modern movies.
These Hollywood icons are out in the bright sun, but they're not sweating or squinting. We don't want to pay to see unpleasantness, but it comes at a cost where we just don't buy that these people are actually on an island.
He's sweating right there. What are you fucking talking about? He's squinting.
It's funny
like,
because
is it because of the shot where it was overcast and they're outside underneath the trees? That's not authentic. That was on set.
He almost had
location.
a point, but then he screwed himself in editing by showing something that directly contradicts what he's saying. Because this scene right now has harsh, direct overhead light, and it looks like it, right?
Well, it looks like they shot it on the beach.
What he is saying in that other scene, you can tell that they used big diffusion panels, like kind of thin, slightly translucent material to sort of soften the light and spread it out evenly, right? And that there's definitely that sort of light is more flattering to people. It's more like if you're, like for fashion and things like that, that sort of light tends to be more flattering to the face and everything like that. People look prettier, but it's not as interesting a lot of times. It can look a little flat. Everything looks too pretty. I certainly take that point, and I think that's true of a lot of things. I think soft light is abused like crazy because modern cinematographers and gaffers and directors are afraid of harsh light because they don't know how to use it. They're afraid of harsh shadows and things like that. But then he immediately showed a scene that does actually have that, and it actually seems like the harsh lighting here and the lighting that isn't quite as pretty is actually probably better suited to the scene. So I haven't seen this movie, but it seems like they're actually sort of changing the lighting depending on what the scene calls for a little bit, which is what you want, actually.
Feel the negative fill that's systematically added to create depth, just like we see in Emma as we cut from this wide shot to this medium shot. The negative fill increases because the crew can now bring them closer. We start to no longer feel authentic and just feel fake.
Did that read as fake to you at all?
No, I wouldn't. Go back and let me see it again. Hold on.
Okay, so we're gonna go from a wide shot, and what he's asking you to notice is how
Yeah, how
dramatic the
dramatic.
shadow is on the right side of her face as a result of negative fill, which means they put a big black like card essentially right off the side of the camera to keep some of the light off of her face.
Yeah,
That's what
yeah.
he's inviting you to notice.
That these people are actually on an island. We can feel the negative fill that's systematically added to create depth, just like we see in Emma as we cut from this wide shot to this medium shot. The
What?
I don't think the difference is actually striking at all.
No.
It looks pretty comparable.
Well, it's no the Batman, but
I mean, I've noticed this problem before in other things, but like show it one more
we can
time
feel the negative fill that's
gonna pause
systematically
it
added to create
on the
depth,
wide shot.
just like we see in Emma as we
Okay.
okay, I'm seeing
Look
a
at
shadow
the-
on the right
Yeah.
side of her, or the left side, well, the right side, visually right side of her face here.
Yeah. You can still make out, the details on that. You can, there's information there, but it's definitely darker.
cut from this wide shot to this medium shot.
That doesn't
that
really
doesn't-
look all that
that
dramatically
doesn't
different
look-
to me.
Dramatically different or fake at all.
Not really. That doesn't take me out even a little bit. I saw this movie. It was all right. It was pretty good. That does not bother me at all. Certainly, you could point to way more striking lighting continuity issues in movies. This is a very odd thing to nitpick about, especially this specific example.
The negative fill increases because the crew can now bring them closer. We start to no longer feel authentic and just feel fake. The Batman
You can't compare one where she's looking dead on and one where she's looking to the left because she's looking towards the light when she's looking to the left. So there wouldn't be as much shadow on that side of her face. This is what passes for filmmaking advice on YouTube, by the way. Just want to point that out there.
was lit very dimly, even too dark for some audiences, but their use of lamps and lighting added to what really feels like a realistic Gotham City.
Gotham does not feel realistic in the Batman. It feels incredibly stylized, which is fine and good.
That was one of the reasons why people liked it, actually, was because it kind of felt like a grimdark goth emo callback to Tim Burton's 1989 Batman.
This is not
yeah.
realism that we're seeing in the Batman, my guy. It's very stylized. It's over the top in terms of the corruption and the griminess and the dirtiness and the dim lighting and all that sort of stuff. It's stylized. It's unrealistic. It's formalistic, if you will.
It was like you were standing right there.
No. Hard no.
Audiences, but their use of lamps and lighting added to what really
He also
feels
just
like
he
a
was like-
realistic Gotham City.
He also just acknowledged that it was lit too dark. He was like, "It's here. Hold on. Go back to the beginning."
Too dark
of
for
this
some
little-
people, he says.
It's too dark for some audiences.
The Batman was lit very dimly, even too dark for some audiences.
I literally can't see what's happening right now.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe in the context of the movie, it's actually supposed to be that way, but I'm looking at this and I'm like, yeah, man.
I can kind of see his jaw a little bit.
Am I supposed to think that this is
That this looks good? Is that what I'm supposed to be like? That this is peak cinema.
Okay, and I want to pause it when he says that like the lighting is meant to make you feel like you're really there.
But their lamps and lighting added to what really feels like a realistic Gotham City. It was lit like you were standing.
It was lit like you were standing right there. This is not what this room would look like if you were actually in it. No one, because all these lamps are on dimmer switches. People will be like, "Can we turn the lights on in here?"
What are we living
This is
in
a
a
crime
world of darkness?
scene. I would like to be able to see what's happening. Yeah, this is not realism. It's stylized, okay? And the style really works for some people. It's not my favorite, but we're not going for realism. You're out of your mind.
Right there. Whether you preferred the lighting or not, you were right there in the middle of Gotham City.
I mean, I'm right there in the Nolan Batman movies too.
Yeah,
I don't
and
know.
they're not lit like this.
No,
So,
they're
like,
certainly not. They're lit pretty well, actually. I like the way those movies look, especially the first two.
A Batman can't look like Gerwig's Barbie, Lerman's Elvis, or Parker's Ticket to Paradise because of audiences' expectations. But you can't argue with the fact that the Batman looked better than all of those films.
Okay. It looks better than Elvis and Ticket to Paradise. Yeah, and
Yeah.
it does probably look better than Barbie. I like the Barbie Land stuff. When they go to the real world, it really takes it falls off a cliff in terms of visual interest. But I mean, okay, okay, man.
You can't
We
argue
all
with
love
that.
Nolan's Dark Knight
Oh.
trilogy, but comparing them to the Batman are still two vastly different images.
Yeah, they're different. Don't you dare say that one's obviously better, because I'm gonna fight you.
Well, I think one is.
Which leads us to visual effects.
Oh, they're just different. He's not gonna comment. Great.
Cool. Okay. Well,
Do I feel like we covered lighting? No.
no.
No, I don't feel like we covered lighting at all.
So basically, what he did here, right? He said, well, lighting. People think that putting more light would solve some of these problems, but the Batman actually uses very little light, and it looks better than everything. So maybe everything should just. Am I supposed to take away? Like, I think the meme is becoming reality. Am I supposed to take away that Emma would have been better had it been shot more like the Batman?
It might have been more authentic, whatever that means.
Cool. All right. Visual effects. Let's see what this guy's got to say about that. Is this the creator? Or is this Rogue One?
I think this is Rebel Moon.
Effects. Modern
I think that was Rebel
Oh,
Moon, but I
well,
didn't
here
actually see
comes-
Rebel Moon.
Here
So
we go.
movies are generally more reliant on visual effects than the previous century of films shot on film. Shooting imagery with little to no VFX allowed for more choices to be.
that's VFX
That's
for the record. It's not CGI, but it's VFX.
Yeah, it's not SFX.
Often,
What do you call it?
often those things are conflated.
Yeah.
CGI and VFX are not the same thing. Matte paintings are VFX. But
Yeah.
anyway, this looks really good.
Yeah.
made in camera.
Runner
You're
for
shooting the
fucking
world
kids' ass. Look
right
at that
in
thing.
front of you rather than building it later. VFX
Okay, so he is using VFX to mean everything done in post, which is not technically what that means. But okay, that's fine.
heavy films often need basic, even plates, and modern lenses that digitally connect with the camera to provide metadata are highly effective in streamlining the process.
I mean, he just said earlier that vintage glass can be put into modern lenses that can communicate metadata. So that he already contradicted that. There's no point in saying that.
This was very important to Rings of Power, and many blockbusters utilize countless different effects houses to hit their deadlines, so it's best not to complicate the workflow. Yet we can return to the Batman and
We can always return to the Batman. Right,
let's
yeah.
just talk some more about the Batman. It sounds like you really want to talk about the Batman.
hmm
Tell me
Dune,
what the Batman
the
did
latter
right
being
about this.
very heavy, but their vision was solidified in development, and all choices push a unified style and design forward and did not get lost in the VFX. The Batman took a
What does this have to do with the being clean, though?
Or
Is he just saying that like
authentic?
VFX are good when you have a vision and you make it look not too clean? I mean, I
Sure.
guess, but I've
Yes.
certainly seen things where it's like a giant, CG, like entirely CG vista of a city or some fantasy sci-fi thing, and they do a lot of stuff to dirty it up, right? Where they they clearly have like something in the atmosphere that haze and stuff like that, and dirt in the atmosphere to keep you from seeing too far into the distance. That doesn't automatically make these things look better. That's not just that doesn't fix every problem.
practical approach, shooting in the LED volume and trying to capture as much as possible in camera through the glass rather than adding it later on top of the glass. This is a distinct choice that technology like the volume can offer filmmakers to let the lens bring all the elements together. Which begs the question, how can I make my films look authentic? Or better yet, what have filmmakers done to authenticate the world that they're creating?
If you're giving advice to filmmakers who aren't currently making giant tentpole sci-fi fantasy movies and things like that, then you would just say, well, just don't do anything that relies on CG too much because you can't afford it. That would be the good advice. I don't know why you're like giving them advice on how to use the volume. They're not using the volume if they're watching this video.
One of the main elements of authenticity is dirtying up the frame. Now, this is a term in cinematography that means exactly what it says, to take the frame and dirty it up. The purpose of this is the idea of putting you in the shoes of a character. Again, authenticity.
Okay, wait. What is this? How is this dirtied?
I think
Is he like, because you can see the reflection of his helmet?
I guess
Like, I get.
this doesn't look very. Also, like I don't know that like dirtying up the frame by like shooting through glass or having something out of focus in the foreground or anything like that really has a huge effect on putting you in the shoes of the character. I just don't think that's what it does. I just think it makes the shots more visually interesting, gives them a little more texture, stuff like that. You know, it might be a storytelling thing that it's accomplishing, but I don't think this puts me more in the shoes of the character than it would be if we were outside the glass or inside the glass. You know what I mean? Like putting me in the shoes of the character most viscerally would be like a POV shot. I just don't think these things are related. This is a technical term called sloppying up the steak, and it means exactly what it sounds like. You sloppy up the steak.
This can mean actually dirtying the physical frame and lens, or metaphorically with props, actors, lighting, and blocking. It doesn't always mean interacting with the camera, because usually the camera is invisible, unnoticed by the world and characters. This could be shooting through something like windows, over someone's shoulder, or even just adding elements to the composition.
Are you?
Is that supposed to be a good example?
Is that supposed to be good? This guy is losing.
Those other examples were pretty good.
Yeah.
The ones you showed right before this were pretty good examples of if this is what you mean by dirtying up the frame, like shooting through glass, putting things in the foreground, you know, getting a little bit of someone's shoulder in the frame, you know, these can be used for specific effect, and but then you show this, and it's like, is it because there's like dirt in the air and like in soot? Is
And
that
like
is that why it's
sparks
good?
and everything, like adding a little bit more. It's like one of the things that I mean, one of the complaints that I have a lot about, you know, especially modern action movie. I'll give a direct example. Mission Impossible Fallout has a really great scene where Tom Cruise and Henry Cavill, their characters halo jump out of a plane, right? And in post production, like they do this actual stunt. They have really great, incredible camera work where like a guy halo jumps in front of Tom Cruise and follows him down right through the, you know, but in post production they add a bunch of CGI storm clouds that make it really difficult to tell that it's real, right? So in that instance, dirtying up the frame kind of actively harmed the stunt because it's difficult to tell that it was all real and not, you know, CG. So like, especially if is that like Rebel Moon that we just saw a clip from? Visual clutter, like a lot of these earlier examples, let's go back a little bit, like some of these are good.
Scene from the Batman could be
oh my god, nope.
This could be shooting through something like.
Yeah.
It doesn't
so yeah, like
interacting with the
good.
Camera, because usually the camera is invisible and character.
I don't see like how are we've dirtied up the frame a little bit in.
This can mean actually dirtying the physical
here. Yeah, we got some nice fog and some smudges on the
frame
That's
and
good.
lens, or
Okay, so we've set it up so that there's something in the foreground of the shot.
with props, actors, lighting, and blocking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It doesn't always mean interacting with the camera, because usually the.
Is this dirty?
It kind of looks maybe like there's some moisture on the lens,
maybe
like on the left.
Yeah, couldn't that be like the anamorphic? Flare
I
just
think
drawn like
this is a spherical movie for sure.
yeah, okay, yeah. So this could be the like, but yeah, couldn't that be?
It's subtle though.
Camera
Yeah.
is invisible, unnoticed by the world
This makes
and
sense,
characters.
yeah, I
this
see
could
that.
be shooting
Shooting-
through something like windows, over someone's shoulder,
Okay, yeah, nice dirty OTS for this one. For
or
a medium,
even
that's
just
nice.
adding
But then this, like, this, and what I was talking about when you were gone was the scene in Mission Impossible Fallout where they halo jump out of a plane and they add all the
Through the
CGI,
storm. Yeah.
all the CGI clouds and rainstorm stuff, and then people like it stops looking real,
As
right?
real as
You
it
can't
could.
tell
I
that,
agree with
yeah,
that
which is like
criticism.
that's a
Yeah.
problem.
Because the Halo jump is really cool and they shot it for real, but the storm makes it feel more fake than it should. You know, you really want to be highlighting. Like, the storm doesn't really add much to it, I think.
No.
You're supposed to be like, oh my gosh, it's even more dangerous because of the storm, but really, it makes it all feel a little more fake
Yeah.
than it ought to.
And like this is kind of the same thing, right? Where like I can already tell
Elements
that
to the
this
composition.
isn't really happening, but like
this scene from
Yes. Yeah.
There we go. Yeah, this is
There we
this
go.
is the Fallout.
Batman.
The
You guys like the
Batman could
Batman,
be
right?
a masterclass in composition and dirtying the frame. This right here is what we're supposed to be focusing on, but we have an out of focus
Is he supposed to be pointing at something? Because he says this right here, but then he doesn't point to anything. I assume he means the guy in the middle.
He's
of
got
the
to
frame.
mean the guy in the middle of the frame, the thing that you're looking at. Yeah, this is what we're supposed to be focusing on. But you see how there's all this around here, all of this
Remember-
out of focus stuff. Wow, isn't it? Wow, that makes it really.
Remember when he said the lighting is such that you're meant to feel like you're really there? Look how dim that lamp is. It's barely on. That lamp is doing nothing. It is like it's so dark in there. That's crazy. I hate lights on dimmer switches in movies. I'm so sick of it.
a plant taking up almost the entire left side of the frame, multiple lamps, people in the background, people walking in front of the camera. This is not sloppy. This is purposeful and authentic. It makes you feel
There's that word again, authentic. I don't think it means what you
Purposeful
think
and
it means.
authentic.
Yeah, I agree that it's not sloppy. I also just don't think anyone would have called it sloppy, but
No,
that's all right.
it's
like
a nice example of blocking and of like getting
Yeah.
a decent shot.
No, I think it looks nice. I think it looks fine. Except for the lamps being so dim they're barely on. I don't care for that. But otherwise it looks
Yeah.
nice.
you're really there. But sometimes dirty
Nah!
Here we go.
That's one of my favorite shots in the Batman. It's so stupid looking. Oh man, I can't believe they put that in the movie. I can't believe they put that in the movie.
the frame does in fact interact with the camera. Rain splatter on the lens in the Batman, blood splatter in Children of Men, lens flares, even condensation on the lens in The Revenant makes the audience aware that there is a camera capturing the moment, further connecting the viewer to the world that they're watching.
No, if
No,
anything,
what?
it's the opposite. Why would you make that argument?
What is his argument here? What is he talking about? Becoming
yeah,
aware
man.
that the camera is on is good, actually?
Because it makes it feel more real. It should have the opposite effect. If anything, it's reminding you of the artifice. You know, lenses that are this wide, remind you of the artifice because this is not how your eyes actually see things. Getting blood splatter on the lens, that's reminding you of the artifice because you're reminded that there's a camera there. I mean, these things are not bad at all. I think in the right context. I don't think they're automatically good. Some people will be like, "Oh my gosh, did you see the way in Superman when he punched the guy and his teeth hit the camera lens? Isn't that awesome?" It's like, no. Like I don't think you get points just for doing that. It's a stylistic effect, and sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But it doesn't make things more authentic. That's not how that works. If anything, it's the opposite.
Almost voyeuristic. In fact, in The Batman, Greg Fraser actually put silicone on glass and put that on the lens. This would make sure that raindrops would actually interact, and the lens itself
Besides being underlit, I like the way the lighting sort of flares is kind of neat looking.
Yeah.
It's got like a cool texture to it. I can see the appeal.
would get... Talk about dirtying the frame. Sometimes the camera becomes the point of view of a character.
Okay, is any of this dirtying the frame, or is this too much light? Because I think this.
I am
looks
starting
nice.
to think that what he means by dirtying the frame is just there's stuff on the screen. Because like
There are things on the screen.
there's things to look at on the screen. Because I don't understand. This is not dirtying the frame. This is just a scene with
First of all,
multiple
the lighting in
people.
here looks really nice. Is this Titanic? What is this?
I'm not.
I can't remember what this is, but this looks nice.
Yeah.
The colors really pop, especially the red and the green. The lighting is very nice, but it doesn't feel flat. This looks good.
Like we experienced in the first Mission Impossible, the Batman.
Oh God, look at that!
Batman. We're gonna just keep talking about the. Is he looking at down the barrel of the lens? That's dirty.
Maybe on accident.
That's
A little
dirty in
too
the frame.
Or even being on again in Children of Men. The point is, as a filmmaker, don't be afraid to get dirty with your framing. Instead of asking, how can I improve this shot? Ask yourself, what lights could I turn off?
No, God. What is that? What is that dichotomy? Don't ask yourself, how can I improve the shot? Ask
No,
which
ask yourself,
light
which lights
can I turn off?
How can I
Please don't.
actively make it? Don't ask yourself how I could improve the shot. Ask yourself, could I make this worse?
Could I make this darker specifically? Because darker is authentic. Authenticity is key, you see. This is what passes for like filmmaking advice on the internet.
Somebody's,
wa-
looking-
thi-
somebody's
free-
watching this and being like, I'm going to be the next Scorsese.
This video has 3.9 million views.
No.
And there are young impressionable people who want to make movies are going to be like, oh, the way you make a scene more interesting is you figure out which lights I can turn off. It's like, no, man, no. Turning more and more lights off is how you get modern looking movies. The ones that everyone's complaining about.
And I can't remember if you were in this class with me or not, but it was in film school during one of the thesis film early screenings, right, where you came with whatever your first cut was. And there was one guy in our class who came with a 25-minute first cut of the first act of the movie. And there was a scene where he had put a camera up in a tree, and he was acting in it, of course, right? So it was a little bit like a black tank top movie. And he had put a camera up in a tree to capture himself walking through the woods, and then his character was supposed to see a snake and freak out and stomp at it, right? And it went on for 5 minutes. And when people started asking him, hey, maybe we should, it jumped out of focus a couple of times because the autofocus was on. And when people started asking him, hey, why did you, maybe we should just cut a little bit earlier, right? Maybe we chop around some of those out of focus shots. He goes, is it out of focus if it was intentional? It's well, it doesn't look intentional. It looks like a mistake. This is starting to feel a little bit well, sometimes maybe you could just go out of focus. Maybe just shoot the whole thing out of focus for a little bit and see if that...
What matters is that you intended it that way.
Yeah, what matters is that it's
imperfections
authentic.
equal authenticity. Yeah. It's so funny because there's no doubt in my mind that the reason this video has so many views, it's called Why Modern Movies Look So Clean and How to Fix Them, is that people are going, I do think a lot of modern movies look kind of flat and bland and ugly compared to old movies. I want to watch this movie and I'm going to learn how to fix them. And this guy's like, see, what you need to do is turn more lights off. It's like, no. No. If you think about classic Hollywood lighting, right? I mean, these terms are still used, but a lot of these lighting sources are just not used at all. So there's the key light, there's the fill light, and there's a edge light or a hair light, something like that, right? It's a 3-point lighting, classic lighting stuff. You learn about it when you go to film school. The key light is the main source of light. It's the brightest source of light. It's illuminating usually one side of the face or from one side of a person, right? And then there's a fill light for the opposite side. It's dimmer. It's lifting up some of the shadows. So unless that's what you're going for, you don't want the shadows on one side of the face to be too dark, unless, like I said, that's what you're going for. And then a hair light to help separate them from the background. You watch a lot of modern movies, and the hair lights are just gone. We barely do those anymore unless they're being backlit or silhouetted by something. There's no hair light at all because people think it's unrealistic to have a hair light in every scene. So we just stopped doing them. I think it's partly just laziness. But hair lights look really nice. When you look back at that Mission Impossible scene we were looking at earlier, there's a really nice hair light on him. Does it look realistic per se? No, but it looks nice. It looks good and beautiful, and movies can look good. I prefer it when they do, actually. So hair lights, we barely do hair lights anymore, so we've turned that light off. A lot of times we barely do fill lights anymore. There'll be like one single source of light in a scene. It makes one side of their face really bright and the other half completely in shadow, and people use those kind of lighting setups regardless of whether it's really called for by the story. And it's like modern cinematographers and gaffers and directors are turning more lights off than ever before, and things look worse. All right. So don't tell young aspiring filmmakers that, what you really need to do, just turn more lights off and put more cluttered shit in front of the frame. That'll make your movies better. No, it won't. But look at any modern Quentin Tarantino movie. Some of the best looking movies being made in this era, right? Tons and tons of light. An unbelievable amount of light. Now, that's expensive to do, and it takes time. It takes a lot of time to set up all those lights and to craft the light, sculpt it very specifically, but it pays off, and it looks incredible, right? And you can do that sort of thing on a budget. You just have to know what to do, and it's not just turn off all the lights you possibly can. Like, see, this shot that we're seeing on screen right now looks like the kind of thing that High Top would like, but I think most people aren't into this shit anymore. They're tired of this look because they see it in everything, right? Which is why these videos about why modern movies suck are so popular right now. YouTubers like this are the enemy of film. I agree. If you really want to have a bad time, look up like filmmaking and lighting advice on YouTube. Like Google like how to get a cinematic look. Google that or search that on YouTube, and you'll have a really bad time because all of the advice is terrible. They think a shallow depth of field is cinematic, even though some of the best looking and most beloved movies of all time have an incredibly deep depth of field. But there'll be more to say about that later. You ready, Hugh?
Oh, I'm ready.
Press
I want to hear more about how the Batman is the ideal we should all be aspiring to.
True.
What can I add to my frame to be more authentic? How can I block this scene differently? Don't be afraid to not be perfect. What these films have shown us is exactly what we're craving as an audience. Even if we don't know why a film doesn't look right, all of it comes down to authenticity and choices.
No, it doesn't. Also, the two shots you just showed don't look anything like each other, really. What are you trying to tell me?
It's funny too how much like, the idea of what else can I add to this frame is kind of one of the problems that a lot of people have with the remastered Star Wars. You know, like it's kind of like the exact reason.
No, that's more authentic. He added more things that pass in front of the camera lens. It's more authentic now.
He really dirtied up the frame in
True. George Lucas.
George Lucas
fixing
took this
Star
guy's
Wars
advice.
based.
After, not perfection. To sum it all up, film is both an
Stop showing Mank, you son of a bitch. I don't want to see Mank anymore. Please stop.
art and a business. And when we say that,
Look how ugly that looks. Look how ugly that looks. The highlights are like mid-gray. And then the shadow, yeah, it looks really bad.
modern mean or fake, we're not necessarily saying they look bad. They're technically perfect, perfectly exposed.
No, I disagree with that, actually. Technically,
and stop seeding the ground of perfection. Like, that's not the issue. That's not the issue here. And also, do you think this shot looks bad? This shot looks pretty nice. Is this too clean because it's really sharp and in focus?
No, it's
I don't think so.
Actually perfect because the frame is dirtied because you can see the reflections in the...
Where? Are we looking at the same thing? I'm looking at Catwoman.
Oh, no, I'm not looking at Catwoman. I'm looking at the news.
Oh, you're looking at Zodiac.
Yeah.
Okay.
Perfectly focused.
Oh, there we go.
Okay, yeah. Perfectly focused. I think this shot looks a lot better than most things in the Batman, actually. I think it looks nice. I think the lighting's nice on this. Catwoman shot.
perfectly lit. You see, big studios avoid risk.
Is that Rebel Moon? That's
That is Rebel Moon. This guy likes Rebel Moon. just thought I'd throw that in there.
And I plays into a big part of why modern movies look the way they do. Indie filmmakers seem to have a vision that drives their art regardless of a big paycheck, which is why we see more soul in independent films than we do out of bigger blockbusters. The best examples that we see of a unified vision throughout the entire process to escape that clean and fake look begins with
2001 is so clean looking. What are you talking about?
It looks fake.
It's not authentic because the rooms are all spotlessly clean and very well lit for the most part. I don't know. You put that against the Batman, and you're like, these are both authentic. Like, then I don't know what you mean at all.
choice. Making a choice for your vision and sticking to it, not playing it safe. Audiences respect that. And if you make movies that you want to see and not movies that you expect others want from you, then you could find
This
That's
music
a different
and
message. This is a very different
inspirational.
message
Yes, it is.
from what you were getting at earlier, right? You're like, oh no, like actually just make the movie you want to make, and that'll be enough, right? Because here's a problem, right? Keep it playing on this one.
Okay.
your audience, and your film could end
Well,
up
why is that
cemented
shot-
in cinematic.
Why is that shot
Yes.
from Killers of the Flower Moon authentic or like good based on everything that we just saw? Shouldn't some of that like oil have splashed the camera lens a little bit to keep it more?
True. It should have.
It's too clean and pristine of a look at that. So maybe that one you shouldn't have used in this. I don't know. Like, and then for him to just sum it up and basically be like, just make the movies you want to make. That's what Zack Snyder does, and I don't think that's a good idea.
I don't think that's a good idea either.
History. If you'd like to learn more about how to take your own projects and stand out from the competition, you can check out our full course at tomorrowsfilmmakers.com.
Do
no.
not
Never in a
pay
million
this
years.
guy. Do not.
No. We're gonna stop it there because we got another video to cover and there's gonna be a lot to say. So yeah. So Hugh, why don't you tell us what we learned in that video?
Just make the Batman, stupid.
True. Just
What are you
make the
doing?
Batman.
Just make
Thomas
the
stupid.
Batman. What are you, dumb?
Just make the
What are
Batman.
you, an idiot? Just make the Batman.
What are you, an idiot? Just make the Batman.
What do you want?
So-
Want to make the Wizard of Oz? Are you fucking stupid? Make the Batman, dude.
So I think it's pretty obvious that the first video was quite a bit better than this one was. I think it's easy to say. I think the worst sin that the first video committed was it kind of left out a lot of the important factors that I think some of them are going to come up in the video we're talking about right now, which is why we haven't delved into them too deeply yet. But that second video, man, just as popular as the other ones, but significantly worse. Completely wrong about most things. Draws a lot of spurious conclusions and comparisons. Not good. Not good at all. This next one, the most popular, or not the most popular of the bunch, but also incredibly popular. 3.8 million views, came out 4 weeks ago. This is from a channel called Like Stories of Old, and the video is called "Why Movies Just Don't Feel," and then in quotes, "real anymore." Why movies just don't feel real anymore. Let's find out.
Did they?
Let's find out. Good. Did they ever feel real? Well, I guess that he put "real" in quotes for a reason. We'll have to figure out what he means by real. And away we go.
Take a look at this shot from the latest Jurassic World movie.
I'm looking.
Now compare it to this one from The Lost World. Did you notice that difference? I deliberately picked some without dinosaurs because that's not what this is about. It's not about CGI, it's about a deeper level of immersion, a deeper feeling of realness and vividness that is so often missing today. I mean, look at this movie. This was shot in 1959.
That looks great. Look at all that
does.
light.
Look at all that light. Look at that depth of field. Look at that set. That's
Yeah.
all. That
Looks nice.
That looks fun. What is
Looks
that?
nice.
Last Train from Gun Hill. Okay, interesting.
Never seen that movie, but it's a nice shot.
Yet it still feels like you could step right into the frame. And I love that, you know, watching The Lord of the Rings made me want to visit New Zealand. Those movies made me feel like I could actually stand in those same rugged landscapes. But The Hobbit, not so much.
True.
Okay, true. And The
True.
Hobbit is shot on a blue screen for the most part.
Yeah.
And didn't Ian McKellen break down in tears because of that movie rather famously?
Rather infamously, yeah.
Yeah.
So he's definitely right there. I think certainly, I mean, it wasn't the strongest difference. It's more subtle, those two shots from Jurassic Park 2 and Jurassic World Afterbirth. There was a subtle difference, but I definitely felt that the latter...
Did you say Afterbirth?
I sure did, Hugh, on purpose. The latter, the one that was made earlier, did feel more real. Like something about the tall grass in that scene doesn't look... In the newer one doesn't look especially real to me. Doesn't feel like a real place as much. I have to study it more to figure out why exactly, but it's a subtle thing. Meanwhile, the difference between the shots from The Lord of the Rings and the ones from The Hobbit, it's like, yeah, that's pretty night and day.
Yeah,
it feels like a lot more real than the other.
Another thing that The Hobbit did, I think, mistakenly, was shoot a lot of the scenes in 48 frames per second as opposed to 24.
There's that.
So that makes it look a lot, you know.
Well,
worse.
the clip he just showed wouldn't have been 48 frames a second, but yeah, certainly when you do see it in 48 frames a second, it looks even more unreal. I don't know why he made that choice. It was a bad choice.
And I know complaining about modern movies looking kind of bland or fake isn't exactly the most original thing to do, and you might already be thinking, well, that's just because of digital cinematography. It's just bad color grading, bad lighting, and also bad CGI, actually. And
it is a lot of those things.
You're right, these are all definitely relevant to the discussion, but they're also just technical elements that in themselves don't fully explain the essence of this problem. I always felt like there had to be deeper philosophical and psychological mechanisms at play here.
That's why you're playing the devs music over your talking points, guess. Let's see. Because philosophical.
So, this is my central complaint about this video. I've seen more of this video than the other ones. It's been making the rounds a lot recently. A lot of people watching it, a lot of people liking it. He sort of sidesteps a lot of the technical problems. He acknowledges that part of the reason that he finds certain movies and certain scenes more immersive has to do with technical differences in how it was shot. And then simultaneously is like, there's got to be something psychological or philosophical going on here. So let me start quoting a lot of modern philosophers that no one's ever heard of. And it's like, oh, Lord. Here we go. A lot of this really, you could point to philosophical, psychological reasons that some of these choices are being made, that some differences in attitude and how much people are willing to like work for desired results, or whether they want to work quickly and fast and cheap and all that sort of stuff. Or you could talk about the psychology, perhaps. He doesn't talk about this specifically, but why so many things are so like desaturated these days compared to older movies. You could point to something like Technicolor, but like you'd also say that like maybe people are just more depressed now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could look at things in a broad sense. The world
wasn't the only thing that changed on 9/11.
You could make these broad philosophical and psychological claims. However, the reason they look different is technical.
It's all the
decisions.
The reason they look different is because
stuff.
of the technical stuff. That's why they look that different.
Yeah.
And the main points that he's brought up here so far, right, can be summed up with: they shot those other good-looking ones on a set, like with a full built or on location.
Yes.
With full built out with things there. Actual stuff in the background, as opposed to on a blue screen where everything is keyed in after the fact.
He is going to talk about how he doesn't think it's as simple as CGI and stuff like that. So we'll let him get to it.
Like first principles of cinematic reality in it. And I figured that if we truly want to tackle this issue once and for all, then we need to understand those as well.
We're going to tackle it once and for all, Hugh. We're going to solve the problem. Are you excited? I can't wait.
I'm ready. Let's do it. Perceptual.
First, to very briefly define the obvious, the idea of a movie feeling real is not the same as a movie being real. We understand movies are staged, that they are constructed realities, not actual ones. And yet, we can still be sold on the realness of their fictional worlds, even if they contain fantastical elements like live dinosaurs or Terminators or aliens. And that's because despite recognizing movies as being essentially make-believe, we can still experience them as perceptually real.
Yes.
A perceptually realistic image is one which structurally corresponds to the viewer's audiovisual experience of three-dimensional space. Film scholar Stephen Prince wrote in a Film Quarterly paper. Such images display a nested hierarchy of cues which organize the display of light, color, texture, movement, and sound in ways that correspond with the viewer's own understanding of these phenomena in daily life.
Is this going to be the whole thing of like over-intellectualizing?
Yes.
Like,
I'm sorry to say, we are going to over-intellectualize quite a bit, because if you're paying attention, by showing this quote and reading it out on screen, he hasn't actually added anything to what he just said, and we all understood
a
to be true.
perceptually realistic image is one which structurally corresponds to the viewer's audio-visual experience of three-dimensional space. A movie looks like it's real, but actually, it's just a story. Like, yeah, we get it. Like
he made the point, very succinctly, like
earlier.
30 seconds ago.
Yeah.
He's like, we all know that it's fake, that it's all artificial, and that it's staged, but it can still feel real, and some things can feel, whether they're all artificial or not, can feel more real than others. And then it's like, cool, got it. Moving on? No, we're
gonna cite these wordy sources with like hefty intellectual quotes to just make sure that you really understand that, like, oh yeah, film scholars agree with me, by the way. In a lot of words, they agree with me.
I don't find that this is
not
serving the video very well.
Yeah, it's not serving the point here.
He's not going to really go into detail on like what a nested hierarchy of cues that organizes the display of all these factors. He's not going to really delve into that, but it sounds smart, doesn't it?
Unreal images may be referentially fictional, but perceptually realistic.
Yeah, you said that
Simply
already.
put, according to the concept of perceptual realism, a movie feels real when it triggers the same mechanisms through which we also construct and navigate our own reality. In this sense, it's...
Was that clarifying or edifying to you? I feel like it wasn't.
No, I'm like, a movie... I think what he basically just said there, right, is like, a movie feels real because we perceive things visually and we also hear them. Isn't that it? And you see movies and you also listen to them. Isn't that smart?
Like you could, if you're trying to make this point, you could say something along the lines of like, okay, well, a movie is obviously fake, but when the laws of physics are adhered to in the movie, it feels more real than when the laws of physics aren't adhered to in a movie, because we understand how the laws of physics work. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that sort of thing.
That could be an example. Film. I don't know about you, but I watch everything in smell-o-vision. So
actually kind of like being in Inception.
You create the world of the dream. We bring the subject into that dream, and they fill it with their subconscious.
That wasn't clarifying either. This video could be a lot shorter.
As I was going back through some older movies that I remember feeling highly immersive, that I remember having this kind of perceptual realism.
This all looks great.
One thing I noticed was just how much of the image is often in focus.
Yes,
okay, yeah,
this is a technical thing.
Yeah.
Yes. Now let's talk about depth of field, because he's going to claim that it isn't a technical thing, that it's a philosophical thing. It's not. It's a technical thing. So here's the thing that's interesting, right? Because you compare this to a lot of modern things, like you would not have the depth of field that this does, right? Partly it's because it uses a lot of light, and as we mentioned before, the pupil of the camera lens, the aperture, has been constricted down so that what that results in is a deeper depth of field. The focus plane parallel from the camera is a lot wider than it would be if the pupil of the lens was completely dilated to let the maximum amount of light in, right?
Yeah.
And so part of the reason that things with a really deep depth of field feel immersive and feel a bit more realistic is because it looks more like not how your eye sees, but how your brain puts together the things your eyes see. Because your eye, the camera lens is designed like a human eye, as you could imagine. And your
Who
eye,
could
and
have
this is
thought of
true.
that?
And so you're like there is only like a certain like depth of field that your eye has, right? But when your brain is putting together all the visual stimuli that you receive into a coherent image, you don't really think about how if you're looking at your hand, the things behind it are really out of focus, right? You don't really think about it like that consciously, and especially when you're watching something on a screen, it's also kind of nice to, like in normal life, your eyes can look around to different parts of the screen and see different things in focus at will instead of being like really limited to whatever the camera, whatever the filmmaker wants you to look at any given time. Now, there is certainly a place for that. A shallow depth of field can really draw attention to a very specific thing in a very specific moment, but especially for like wide shots of landscapes and stuff like that, I think a lot of people prefer when they have the freedom to sort of look around and kind of take in all the details themselves, right? Like a painting, essentially. Very few old paintings have like a really shallow depth of field where everything's just blurry in the background. That's just not how it works, right? So people find these things more immersive because it feels like an actual landscape that they could walk into and step into instead of like you're stuck in like the eye of the camera and you're only being shown specific things at a certain time. You know what I mean? Like, and this is
Yeah.
a technical thing. This is a result of how much light you are feeding the camera and how you're choosing to shoot it. Like, for example, like this is a daytime exterior shot. There's going to be a lot of light, and when there's a lot of light, you kind of have to stop the aperture of the lens down, right? So you're not overexposing things. But now, in modern filmmaking, you can use something called a neutral density filter, and you can restrict the amount of light. It's basically like sunglasses for the lens. You put sunglasses in front of the lens, and then you can restrict a lot of the light coming in while keeping the aperture wide open. And then you can get shots like, hold on, I have a specific shot I wanted to show because I hate it. It's a perfect example of what I hate about modern filmmaking and lighting. This is a scene from the shot, rather, from the first season of White Lotus, right? A White Lotus is the like perfect example of everything I hate about modern color correction and lighting and cinematography, right? This is a daytime exterior in Hawaii. And I want you to look at how shallow the depth of field is here. This is only possible because of things like neutral density filters, like sunglasses in front of the lens, so you can keep a wide open aperture, like a wide open lens, and then have the focus just drop off immediately behind the subject. I hate the way this looks. I think this looks really ugly. Why is this better than just being able to see more of the landscape and the environment they're in? And it's like it's color graded really warm. People sometimes call it the piss filter. It's like that's the difference. Look at the difference between
Jay
these two
Jameson was
images.
pointing out too, you can't even see the next chair behind her.
Yes. I hate this. I think this is really ugly, but
Dave
this
is
is what a
asking,
lot of modern
green
things
screened, and like it's not.
No.
But you could be forgiven for believing that it was because of how they shot it. They do that a lot. That's another reason why I think that so why do movies not feel real or not? Why do they all look fake now? Right? Is because
this is part of it.
This is part of it. They're setting up actual shots, but the way they're doing them makes it seem like you might as well have just done it on a green screen.
Yeah, you don't really get to see much of the environment. Like, okay, when you watch modern things that are lit and shot like this, not the exceptions, but the rule of how most things are shot these days, the only time where you can really take in a lot of the details of a scene is if it's a wide establishing shot on a sunny day. Otherwise, you can't. You just can't. Very few things are shot with like a deep depth of field where you can really look around at your leisure and see all the details in the background and really feel the space and the environment that the characters are existing in, which is just not how old movies were shot at all. Partly because of technical limitations, but also partly because, film as an art form emerges from the theater, right? And the theater, you use a lot of light and you have like this whole environment, this space on the stage, and you can look around freely at a whole bunch of different things, right? And but that seems like the theatricality in terms of the presentation of filmmaking just seems to be almost completely gone at this point. We don't let things play out in wide shots very often. Where like you get a lot of singles and close-ups and tons of coverage and really shallow depth of field to completely isolate the character from the background. And there's a lot of modern cinematographers and filmmakers that just think this looks good. I think it looks ugly as hell. I think it's not immersive at all. You don't really feel like you're in the space at all. This is not what it would look like if you were sitting across from her. And I don't really think, a really shallow depth of field can be really useful as a narrative tool when you really want a certain moment to like lock in on a certain thing in a sort of stylistic and unrealistic manner, right? But when you shoot everything like this, it just feels fake. It doesn't feel like you're really there. It doesn't feel like a real environment. And it sucks and I hate it. And Sydney on screen views going up. I specifically picked a shot that she was in because that's how much I care about you guys. How much
Oh yeah, all you. She has great.
Anyway,
genes.
Depth of field, the changing of like what you might call the average depth of field of an image in movies and television is probably the single most dramatic difference that has changed from the way movies used to be shot to the way movies are shot now. It's often underappreciated, but it's the single biggest difference. Go watch anything from Jurassic Park, any of these movies, even as late as like the early 2000s. You can see a lot of the detail. The focus is pretty deep. Hey lads, quite random, but what are your thoughts on Requiem for a Dream? That is random. I have not seen it in a long time. I remember thinking it was all right at the time, a little like on the nose.
Yeah,
It's
been a long time. I'm not a huge Darren Aronofsky fan. I find him pretentious and annoying. But that one, that one is maybe his least pretentious, but it is still pretty on the nose.
I like Black Swan is my favorite movie of his.
Oh, I do like Black Swan.
A lot of the other ones I've seen, I have not liked all that much. Requiem for a Dream, I remember thinking was all right, but it's been years, so couldn't be any more specific than that, I'm afraid. Anyway, let's figure out why this is not a technical issue. It's really just a philosophical issue.
Frequently, they filmed from a distance to include a lot of the environment around the main subject of the shot.
Okay, and this is just an example of like what happens when you're like a film studies guy instead of a filmmaking guy.
Yeah.
This is just technically wrong. Because wide angle lenses, so he's talking about shooting things from a distance on longer lenses, giving you more details in the background. That's just not true.
No.
Wide angle lenses have a deeper depth of field naturally at the same, exposure at the same f-stop or whatever. You will see more, you'll have a deeper depth of field and you'll see more of the background, right? Because it's a wider shot. So the length of the lenses doesn't actually give, like, a longer lens does not give you more details in the background, and it doesn't give you a deeper depth of field. That's just technically not true. It's the opposite. Both of the examples he shows that there's a lot of light and there's a pretty deep depth of field. You can really take in the environment. The fact that they're on longer lenses isn't really why, though.
How much of the background is...
This is a wide-angle lens, for example.
By the way, real quick, everybody in the chat is asking me, didn't I like The Wrestler? I got to be honest with you guys. I loved The Wrestler. I didn't know that was him. So
that's funny. I haven't seen The Wrestler.
I like that movie a lot. It's very good.
Yeah. Yes, and then he's like, see, longer lenses, shooting from a distance, shows you more details in the background. Just look at the shot from Chinatown. It's like, yeah, that's a wide-angle lens pretty close to the subjects, actually.
Yeah.
But he's just technically wrong about that, but I do appreciate that he likes it when you can see a lot of details in the background. I like that too. This shot looks great. Look at that harsh light too. Look at those harsh shadows.
It's perfectly readable here. How clearly you can make out
God, look at that. Isn't that great? Movies used to look like this. Look how much detail you can see.
faces and objects in the distance, the textures on the ground, and so on. Images like these really invoke a sense of place, of three-dimensionality. As the
Yes, I totally agree with that, and I actually don't think it's pretentious to phrase it as three-dimensionality like that, because really it does feel more like a three-dimensional space because the focus is deeper, and so everything, like when the focus is really, really shallow, everything feels flatter. You know what I mean? Because literally the amount of area that you can actually read in focus is thinner and flatter and parallel to the camera. Whereas you look at a lot of these shots and it's like, yeah, it feels more like a place, feels like a space you can enter into, and not just one flat image after another. Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark is an excellent example.
Masterclass, yeah.
Spielberg, yeah, he's a master craftsman, man. Those movies look incredible. And I like all the detail you can get. And that's a technical thing.
renowned film scholar Carroll also once said in an interview, deep focus, long shot compositions like these invite the audience to scan the frame for meaning in.
Oh, that's where he got it from. He got it from Noel Carroll. The long shot compositions is not what's going on here. A lot of the examples he shows us are wide angle lenses.
Yeah.
So, but that's where he got it from.
Master shots, like he's
Yeah.
basically saying like,
Deep
hey,
focus.
having extras like moving in the background actually adds a little bit, like having a lot of motion and a lot of things going on can especially in the background can just make things feel a little bit cleaner and a little nicer.
You're invited to look around the frame and rewarded for it.
Yeah.
Rather than like literally being unable because everything's just a blurry like sludge of bokeh.
Analogous to the way we perceive affairs outside of the movie theater.
True.
That is, they were more realistic because they were more like ordinary perceptual experience.
You just said the same thing
I
twice,
think
but fine. That's
He said the same thing twice. It's fine. He said it himself, and then he quoted the guy saying it. It's like you can just if all of these thoughts are coming from someone else, you can just quote them.
Yeah, we can just skip straight to the quotes, dude.
Yeah. Also, except for the part where he says long shot compositions, because that's not actually really a factor here. If anything, it's cutting
he
against
added
it.
that. The bracket there, deep focus, long shot compositions like these.
Maybe
that's
maybe
added from somewhere else.
True. Maybe
part of the
maybe Noel Carroll actually said it earlier, and that's what he's referring to. But regardless,
Well, no, if he said it earlier, so the way that you would cite that, like this is a film studies guy, right? So the way that you would cite it, if he said it earlier, is you would keep the brackets out of it. You would just put the quote, and then at the end of like these, you'd put ... and then invite the audience if he actually had that in the
True.
in the thing.
Okay, that's yeah, you're right.
So he just those are his words.
Got it. Well, except for the long shot compositions, everything else is true. They're more realistic because they're more like ordinary perceptual experience. Now, someone said, sure, it's a basic concept, but I think some people get tripped up because they think shallow depth of field is more realistic because that's how the eye works. But what they're missing is that how your brain interfaces with the world is like it takes the raw sense data from your eyes and pieces it together into something more like a shot where you can see everything in focus. Like that's how your brain interprets it, right? So like technically that's more realistic and more like how you ordinarily perceive things, but people get tripped up on which one's actually more realistic. Because, if you're in a not especially well lit room, you're looking around from thing to thing. Really, you are seeing a whole bunch of shallow depth of field images, right? But your brain kind of stitches them together into an environment that actually has a deeper depth of field. You know what I'm saying? So I think it is worth making the point that a deep focus is more like your ordinary perceptual experience than shallow depth of field, despite what some people say. Another super chat. Thank you very much. Says modern movies look worse. Well, have you watched every modern movie at all the film festivals? Anyway, my friend's sister's boyfriend. That's really funny. I'm gonna give that a heart. Yeah, there's few things I find more annoying than the person that's like, oh yeah, well I saw 6 really good movies on Mubi this year, so you can't say that movies are getting worse overall. You have not seen every movie. Checkmate, atheists.
You got me.
And I thought this was interesting because it really draws through which the audience engages with an image instead of merely focusing on the content they observe within it. This, for one, largely circumvents the age-old discussion of digital versus film photography, in which the latter is generally seen as the more realistic medium, and the former is often blamed for being the reason why movies look worse now. But just look at The Revenant or A Hidden Life,
structured that
two
really weird.
relatively
Sorry, like he said the former and the latter, but he flipped them around in order.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
a little weird.
I appreciate that basically everyone so far has realized that it's not just a film digital problem. I appreciate that because I think that's some people's gut instincts is to assume that's what it is.
recent movies that were digitally filmed. I think these look just as good as most classic movies do.
Maybe not just as good, but
I
I do
just
like.
as good, but he is also again picking ones where they're clearly on location. So like maybe that's just what he likes. He's like,
yeah, they're on location. The depth of field is really deep, so you can take in a lot of the environment. I agree. I think that looks good. I think a lot of classic movies do look quite a bit better than this, though.
Maybe not necessarily in a way that emulates the old film look, but certainly in one that offers those same rich and immersive images that absorb you completely into these stories.
He's also, both of these examples, Revenant and A Hidden Life, use extreme wide-angle lenses, and extreme wide-angle lenses allow for a deeper depth of field with less light, because that's how they work. So that's partly how you can get like close up to these people so their heads fill the frame, but also the background's still in focus, right?
Yeah.
Now, you might protest and argue that this is still mostly a matter of content, that it's because these movies feature a lot of real locations and, in particular, a lot of beautiful exterior environments. And generally, I'd say that you would be right, and that having real elements in a movie does matter. Especially in a time when it's so easy to just throw up a green screen and decide on the specifics later.
Yeah, that looks so
or to
bad.
set up that new volume display and just match the lighting as closely as possible.
The Batman did it, so it's good. Checkmate.
but the Batman.
Compared to these efforts, movies that feature concrete locations and tangible elements do tend to hit different. They really make you feel like there's a kind of animus
look
to
at
the
that
real
shot.
world.
Look at that. Man, The Great Escape. That's
Another
movie.
great fucking movie.
Yeah, look at that. That looks beautiful.
A kind of that, when captured rightly, substance to the image that just isn't there in a digitally constructed one.
And you can tell the difference, that this is not a plastic boat and that this slope here is no joke at all.
But then again, consider Avatar: The Way of Water.
Oh, you don't want me to. I don't think you want me to consider Avatar: The Way of Water.
All right, well, let's see. Let's see what he's got to say about it. Well, certainly the story's garbage, but let's see what he's got to say.
Say what you will about the story, but the fully computer-generated alien planet that James Cameron has created here, to me, is just beyond beautiful, and in many ways more engaging and more perceptually realistic than some movies shot in the real world.
I think that's kind of true.
You know what?
I wouldn't say that it's
got a point.
exceptionally. It's not exceptionally beautiful in my opinion. I just don't really like the designs all that much, but. It does feel more vivid and real than a lot of than The Gray Man does. That's a live action movie. You know what I mean? Like, I think he's got a point there. Like, and certainly this is the best CG has ever looked. Right?
That's true.
So
that's true.
Like they get a lot of the detail.
That.
And I like how deep the focus is in these scenes. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You can really take in all the details, and that actually does really help a lot with making these movies look like a stunning, beautiful spectacle, despite being entirely fabricated.
Which again demonstrates that, in its essence, this achievement is a matter of form. It's because of the way this movie cultivates a distinct perceptual relationship with the audience. Take this sequence, for example, where our main characters first arrive at the Water Tribe. Notice how much information is available here in any given shot.
True.
How well these subjects are integrated into their surrounding environment.
God, the VFX do look really, really good here, man.
And they do. Although I like part of this, right, is like in an animated movie, I would say the same thing. You know, like
Yes.
so maybe the contrast between like having the, you know, the animation or the additional background, like, you know, plastered and keyframed into the back, right? Maybe that's because I don't know. I also don't feel like Puss in Boots was, you know, breaking some kind of immersion by having animated characters and animated backgrounds. So like,
Sure.
I don't know. Yeah.
Wait. What's your criticism here
Well,
exactly?
like when it's all part of one whole here. I mean, like it looks great, right? It does look really
Yeah.
good. But like when it's all part of one whole, like it's a little different when it's all, you know, one big animation sequence as opposed to like when we're grafting a real person into CGI and like matching the
True.
lighting, right? Like,
Yeah, I see what you mean.
yeah,
Yeah. That would be more impressive, but this movie does that pretty well also,
yeah.
I would say.
And how rewarding it is to scan each image for immersive details. You may not actively
Yeah, the water effects look really nice.
every little thing that's in focus here, but that doesn't matter as we also don't do that in real life. I think that even if you only catch those details on the edge of your peripheral vision,
God, could you imagine if the stories were good? How good these movies would be? Wouldn't that be something?
it's tremendously to the perceived reality of this world. Now, jump scare alert, contrast this with a movie like Quantum Mania. This movie also mostly takes place in a fully fantastical realm. But unlike The Way of Water,
Oh, that looks so bad.
it is one of the worst and most fake-looking films I've ever seen.
True.
Wow,
True.
he's not wrong.
He is not wrong. We like it when people have strong opinions on this channel. We're for it.
There's a lot of qualitative differences between these movies. One has a well thought out world with actual ecosystems and animal genealogies. The other is just a grab bag of what feels like AI hallucinations. One has state of the art graphics, the other, well...
Nowhere left to run.
But anyways,
Okay. Perhaps I judged too harshly and too soon.
True. All true.
if we try to limit ourselves to those specific techniques that enhance perceptual realism, the differences are also night and day. Instead of offering those rich, immersive images for the audience to scan like
God, that looks terrible. That just looks awful. First of all, where's the light source coming from? Anyway.
they would in the real world, the backgrounds in Quantum Mania are often completely blurry and visual.
Blurry, and there's no highlights to distinguish anything. Everything is just like a mid brown sludge. Awful looking movie. You know what's really depressing about this? I want to make sure I have this right because I think I do. Quantumania.
Kev, wait, real quick. Kevo is saying Pandora is just Brazil without the Brazilians. How much is a Brazilian?
Oh, it's so stupid. All right. So here is the most depressing thing about all of this, right? The Quantumania, I totally agree. Transcendently ugly movie.
Yes.
Right? Director or photographer Bill Pope, who did Spider-Man 2 and The Matrix. It's like, man, what happened? I hope that paycheck was good. He was also the cinematographer on The World's End, Scott Pilgrim, Team America World Police. A lot of great looking movies, and then there's just this. Man, I hope the paycheck was good, Bill. I really hope it was. What an ugly movie. I think a lot of people kind of forget just how stunningly good The Matrix looks in particular. It's one of the best looking movies ever made. A little bit slept on, I would say.
Yeah.
Visually uninteresting. And aside from the occasional blink and you miss it establishing wide shots, which still aren't in focus for some reason, most shots are medium close-ups that only center the subject and don't integrate them into their surrounding environment.
True, because that's
True.
easy, lazy way of doing
And
visual
well,
effects.
none of them are there at the same time, really.
And none of them, well, sure. There's also that, but it's way easier to integrate, quote unquote, integrate someone into an environment if the focus is really shallow, so everything in the background can just be bleh, whatever. It's lazy as well.
Yeah.
It also takes less time to light. That's a big part of it as well. So you can just crank through this stuff. It's laziness
Yeah.
primarily. Improvements in
Laziness and like
technology.
the attempt of Marvel to like I don't even know because like I would say to save money, but they're not doing that, especially not with this movie, right? Like this
No,
one
well,
really ran up the bill.
yeah, this is like a $300 million movie, wasn't it? Or maybe 250. It was high. It was way high. Probably because all the actors are like, I don't want to be in this movie, so you have to pay me a lot. I assume that's a big part of it. I'm sure
Yeah.
Bill Pope got paid a lot.
They hardly invoke a real sense of three-dimensionality, which in turn negatively affects their perceptual realism.
True.
And while Quantum Mania is an extreme example, this is something we see in a lot of movies today. This is the cinematic look, right? Deep focus, that's only if you want to make your movie look like a documentary. But if you want cinema, then a shallow depth of field and medium close-ups are your main instrument.
He's right that is how people look at it, and I hate that. I really do hate that. Because when it immediately cut to the Children of Men, it's like, oh, that looks good. I like that. You can actually see the things on screen.
And I'm not even saying that in an entirely critical sense. In fact, when used purposefully, I do think it can invoke its own kind of realism, which I'll get back to in a bit. But when you just assume this approach as the default standard, like Zack Snyder, for example, seems to have done, ever since he became his own cinematographer, it feels like his movies have become virtually two-dimensional.
True. Get him. Let him know.
And it feels like it does come at the cost of perceptual realism, of the audience actually feeling grounded within the world of the story. And especially when combined with a rather careless use of digital effects, it can even undermine the realness of the actually real elements of an image.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm always reminded here of the 2016 Assassin's Creed movie.
As bad as Zack Snyder. It could be something like
Have you
Mission
seen
Impossible.
the Assassin's Creed movie? I have not.
In the promotional material, they boasted that they had a stuntman perform one of the highest freefalls in cinematic history for its iconic leap of faith scene, which should have been an absolutely exhilarating moment. And yet, in the actual movie, it ended up looking like this.
Oh god, that's awful.
Like, would you even have...
I'm glad he's bringing this up though, because this is like exactly what I was talking about earlier with Mission Impossible, right? Like they completely screw themselves from like doing something real, something actually impressive, and then they over CGI it to the point that it looks like you wouldn't even know that it's real. You wouldn't even know that that's an actual stunt.
Yeah. And also, we really dirtied up the frame there with smoke.
Yeah,
did it help?
We did. Yeah, that's
I don't think
great
it did.
advice. Dirty up the frame.
I don't think it helped at all. I think it actually made it significantly worse.
Known this was a real stunt if they hadn't told you? Does this man diving into a brown CGI sludge, obfuscated by digital volumetric smoke, in any way trigger any actual perceptual instinct?
No, it certainly doesn't. You remember the stunt where they go careening off the cliff in Gunman's Walk?
Yeah.
And it's like, holy shit, did they kill that horse? They probably didn't, but it looks like they could have. It felt real. It activates that instinct of like, oh my god. Like, there's no real danger when you watch the stunt that he just showed. You're like, yeah, no one's in any danger. Not at all. But they did have someone make a high jump for real. So that's the thing.
Actually, he was, yeah.
Yeah, but it's filmed in a way, and VFX'd in a way that makes you think, well, that's fake. So who cares?
It's kind of like there's an interesting story from Fast and Furious, right? Like that franchise almost died after the fourth installment, because the fourth one is so heavily CGI'd that it's just like it's not entertaining. It's really like kind of boring to watch. So when they went to make the fifth one, they brought a production team in who exclusively focused on doing practical effects and stunts with the cars. And that one was the most successful one to that point. And so they kind of focused on that moving forward.
It's arguably the most fun, for sure.
I would say it's the best. I mean,
the most viscerally satisfying one probably since the first film, for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, you know, when they're like dragging the safe through the street, and it's like, oh, that looks real. You know, looks pretty good.
I bring this up because what it also demonstrates is that the problem is not just that modern movies don't have enough deep focus long shots. No, it's the more general lack of consideration for what filmmaking techniques and cinematic elements actually create an immersive experience for the audience.
I feel like that doesn't really follow from what he just said, but we'll see where he's going with it. Because, like, you know, if you could see more of what was happening in the shot, if they didn't obscure it all with smoke, it would have felt more real. But anyway.
Going back to Jurassic World Rebirth, the movie we opened with, here too the cinematic look is definitely part of the problem, with many blurry backgrounds and medium close-ups that leave little room to scan the image for meaningful detail.
I like the highlights, though.
Yeah,
right there.
That's
something.
Like
the lighting is slightly better.
Lighting.
No, it is certainly not the worst. You could look at the White Lotus for that, but you know, I take his point that like medium shots and blurry backgrounds, you know, kind of, you know, takes away from the immersive aspect. I just wanted to highlight that the lighting here is actually, you know, it's got some depth to it. This actually looks a bit more like an old movie in that regard alone.
Which is stark contrast to the original movies.
Yeah, look how deep that is. That's great. I think the rip he's using for this clip is a little desaturated compared to the actual movie, but I like how deep the focus is.
But there's also many environments here that don't feel real because they just clearly aren't. I can imagine the filmmakers wanted to invoke the more rugged feeling of a prehistoric world by digitally heightening its landscapes to these almost fantastical proportions. But you know, this isn't Avatar, this isn't the world of Pandora, it's ours. A big part of what sold me on the dinosaurs back in the original movies, and
that animatronic looks so great.
Yeah,
still does so today, is precisely how the environment around them always felt so tangible and ordinary.
I mean, that shot didn't look particularly great, but...
No.
Like, that's just the real world. That's a forest. That's a field. Those are all places I feel I could visit myself. And having the dinosaurs interact with that familiar world made them feel more real too.
Yeah, they do.
The over-manipulation of modern imagery and the resulting feeling of fakeness, even when they contain...
Oh god, is that what Frankenstein looks like?
It sure is.
Oh, I don't like that. That looks fake as hell.
Yeah. And people defend this shit. They go, oh, Guillermo del Toro is an artist. He chose to do it this way. It's like, yeah, I know, and that's
Zack
why
Snyder's
I don't
an
like
artist. They're all artists.
In real locations or real practical effects is part of a bigger issue that we briefly need to address here, and that's the amount of post-processing that's done on movies nowadays, and the more general shift from filmmakers having to make sure an image was exactly as they wanted it before rolling the camera, to them being able to make more, if not most of those decisions after the fact in post-production.
Yeah, that looks so bad. Yeah, he's right. He's definitely right about that. And you know what these all sound like? These all sound like technical, formal issues, right? I wonder when we're going to get philosophical again, because I know we are. I know it's coming.
Well, we still got...
Tommaso already explained in his...
We talked to Patrick earlier today.
You should
some good points.
Like Stories of Old Man. You should tell Patrick that maybe he should have a deeper depth of field in his to-camera stuff. It would make it feel more perceptually real.
This video, this idea of avoiding definitive filmmaking choices and of wanting to have more options in post-production has also significantly affected how modern movies are shot in the first place.
You might get into post and that room won't even be the same room anymore. They're going to say, you know what, that window, we don't even want that window anymore. The light doesn't make any sense. We got to reshoot this whole thing. So what do? We shoot it bland. We shoot it boring. We light it flat. We don't commit.
And to understand how, besides resulting in more boring looking visuals, this also affects realism and immersion, we have to talk about the concept of indexicality.
Do we? Do we have to? I'm not so sure we do.
Indexicality. Hold on. What is?
We're gonna have to learn what indexicality means to understand why
Okay.
this is the thing that happens. We have to. You see, we have to
Okay.
introduce these
Hold on,
terms.
real quick. I'm just gonna like the AI overview from Google. Indexicality is the concept where a word's meaning shifts with its context depending on who speaks, when, where, and to whom, using pointing words like I, here, now, or even social choices like accents to connect language directly to the situation, revealing hidden social meanings or identities.
He's going to explain it all. We have to learn what this
we
word
have to
means.
learn. Yeah. So like when we say noticing, you know what we mean.
Based on the work of philosopher Charles Peirce, an index is a sign that has a direct physical connection to what it represents. Simple example, a footprint is the index of a foot.
Okay. All right.
Being directly caused by the latter. In traditional cinema, a filmed image was seen as an index of the subject that it captured, because that image was physically caused by real light hitting the photosensitive surface of celluloid film. It is for this reason, this direct material connection between subject and image, that film was, and still is to some, deemed as the more realistic medium.
The more realistic
I don't think
medium
that's
than what?
than digital.
Oh.
I don't think that's true at all, because surely the digital image is the index of the real thing being shot digitally, right?
Well, I mean, it functions the same way, right?
It functions the same way, certainly. You know, part what people like about the film is the like physical texture of the film itself. Like, but that's a quality of the medium, not that film indexes the subject in a way that digital simply doesn't. That doesn't make sense. Right? Let's find out.
And if you look at some classic movies, this does seem to explain that more ineffable quality that they tend to have.
No, oh, see, we're drifting away from the technical things. See, Lawrence of Arabia has a really deep depth of field. There's a lot of light. You know, it's colorful, it's saturated, there's texture from the film grain. But now we're drifting to ineffable philosophical qualities.
Like, well, ineffable, too great or extreme to be expressed or described in words.
Yeah, we're drifting away from the actual tangible stuff, I think.
You know, that intuitive feeling of the image being a more direct, a more pure and more authentic reflection of the filmed reality, in a way that goes beyond just the focus settings and angle of the camera. It's as if there really is a direct material connection, a true indexicality to the image that just isn't there anymore today. You know, digital cinematography is considered to have no indexicality because it lacks that direct causal relationship.
What?
No,
Wait,
there's no
what?
way that's true.
What are you talking about? Digital cinematography does not have indexicality. So, okay, indexicality is the camera, the light hit the sensor of the camera, or not the sensor, the light went through the camera and hit the film and imparted an image of what it was viewing onto the film. In the digital version, the light hits a sensor that puts it on a digital file, but that's not indexicality.
It's certainly, it has to be. There's no way you can claim that there's no direct causal relationship. That's insane.
That doesn't...
Just because you can manipulate it more in post, you can manipulate film in post if you want, if you really want to get fucky with it.
In quickly imprinting light on celluloid, a digital sensor converts light into data, into a set of digits that, as film scholar David Davies explained in his paper on the subject, might accurately reflect the film reality, but is also inherently mutable, and therefore...
Yes, film is mutable too. You're crazy. There is no categoric difference here. the reason maybe film might be more visually appealing has to do with the physical qualities of the medium itself, not because it accurately captures the index of what really happened and digital simply doesn't. You can't say that digital isn't causally related to the thing it's capturing because it's capturing something, or else you would just do it all digitally in post anyway. And you can manipulate film so much in post. You can change the colors, you can do all sorts of crazy effects. People did all throughout film history. This is just nonsense. I don't care what Dave Davies says. Morale Mike with a super chat. Thank you very much. As just saw The Shining. The film looked so beautiful. I agree.
You're
I
goddamn right.
fucking love the way The Shining looks. It's one of the best looking movies ever made. Huge fan. Love that movie. It's beautiful, colorful, really deep depth of field. A lot of great camera work and lighting. Beautiful.
For not a true index of it.
Also, okay, here's the other thing, right? Every single example of something shot on film that we've seen today, not just in this video, has been converted into zeros and ones, right? We're not watching any light going through a strip of film, right? So is the indexicality gone now? No, of course not.
No, because like, you
That's
can
ridiculous.
show us the images and we can see the difference and we can go, wow, look at that. And then we see a Quantumania and we go, ooh, look at that, right?
Yeah,
Like,
there's still ones and zeros.
It's still all digital.
Yeah, I mean, Quentin Tarantino will complain about digital projections of even things shot on film because he's a purist like that. But you can't make that argument because everything you're showing me is digital now. Sorry, that's just how that works. Also, you can't show an example of something that's fully CG and be like, see, digital doesn't really properly index the thing that it captured. It doesn't have a causal relationship. It's like, well, that wasn't captured.
No,
show an example of
that's
something that
created
was.
in post. Like, show me, yeah.
Yes.
However, also discussed.
Like, if I'm looking at him right now, are you telling me there's no causal relationship between what he did in his room and what I'm seeing right now? There's no indexicality?
Yeah, there's no... This is not an index of him.
Then what does indexicality even mean at this point?
Earlier, there are digitally shot movies that I think come close enough to having that same feeling of unaltered reality. And inversely, modern movies that are shot on film, like Jurassic World Rebirth for example, tend to be significantly modified in post-production anyways, arguably to a point where any...
So
nothing
you
acknowledge
mattered.
that nothing you just said mattered. You acknowledge that you can fuck with film in post.
And that you can, shoot something very bare bones and simplified and don't add anything to it, and it can feel just as real. So none of that was important or useful at all. We could have skipped that. This could have been at least 5 minutes shorter. Oh boy.
True sense of reality is lost. And indeed, as Davies also concludes, there is no reason to think that the viewer's experience of a moving image in a fictional film is affected either by the indexicality or non-indexicality of...
So why are we even talking about it? Well, take a look at the sentence. There's no reason to think that the viewer's experience has anything to do with the indexicality at all. Or the belief of the indexicality at all.
This shit that we're spending our time waxing poetic over, actually doesn't matter. Says the guy you're quoting.
This is what passes for video essays.
or by her beliefs about the indexicality or non-indexicality of the image.
Also, using her as the gender neutral thing is cringe. Don't be a simp. Say his.
So, if the nature of the image isn't necessarily linked to the experience realness of a movie, why bring all this up at all then?
Good question.
It's because even though the physicality of the filming process might not matter, it's the feeling of physicality in the final image that does.
So the indexicality doesn't. But no, you just said that the feeling of indexicality doesn't matter either. That's what the quote you showed on screen said.
Yeah. Is he arguing that your brain actually does? Like, you may not believe it matters, but your brain does?
But your brain did. Yeah.
And this brings us to what to me is probably the most interesting idea in this video.
I hope it's more relevant than the indexicality nonsense, because that was a total nothing burger.
If there's been one recurring theme so far, it's the idea that a movie feels more real and more immersive when it establishes a more direct connection to the senses of the spectator. In her book The Skin of the Film, film scholar Laura Marks makes this connection even more explicit as she explains
What
that
is that image in the top corner, by the way? Hold on, wait, go back.
To the senses of the spectator. In her book The Skin of the Film, film scholar
Very angry skinhead crawling along the ground.
With his, like, licking the floor?
Maybe. Sure.
Scholar Laura Marks makes this connection even more.
Embodiment and the senses. Oh, the title of this section is called Haptic Visuality. Oh man, got
Laura
so many
Marks?
philosophical.
Excuse Laura, what?
Explicit as she explains that film is grasped not solely by an intellectual act, but by the complex perception of the body as a whole. This view of perception implies an attitude toward a film, not as something that must be analyzed and deciphered in order to deliver forth its meaning, but as something that means in itself.
Okay. Film is not grasped solely by an intellectual act, but by the complex. Okay, but by your eyes, your ears, the things that you use to watch a movie. This view of perception.
Your body perceives the movie, not just your brain. Yeah,
Yes.
cool.
This
Fair.
view of perception implies an attitude towards a movie, not as something that must be analyzed and deciphered, but as something that means in itself.
I could guess at what that might mean, maybe, but it's certainly not very clear at the moment.
Because, so what you're saying, it's not this view of perception. So what you're saying is oh, well, you could look at it in other ways, but if you accept that you watch and that your body perceives a movie by watching and listening to it, right? Then you have to you're implying that the movie is not something that must be
analyzed
thought about and worked over to get to its meaning, but it's it just means.
I don't think that follows.
I don't know what the fuck you mean by that, Laura.
Here's my guess. My guess is that okay, so a film is something you perceive with your body, not just your intellect. Cool, fine, I'm cool with that. Makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But that view just outlined implies that it's not something that must be analyzed and deciphered in order to understand what it means, but it just means already in your senses. And that just feels like a nothing sentence.
That doesn't mean fuck all. I mean, your brain is you're perceiving a
story. Your brain's
story,
still going to
right?
be analyzing and deciphering it. If you're trying to say that it means and it okay, I guess what she's trying to say maybe is that it means it means something inherently as it is perceived before you do any intellectual work to analyze and decipher it. It means something physically. It has meaning whether or not you analyze it intellectually. That's my most charitable interpretation.
Real quick, can you read that message from Georgius real quick? Because he jumped in, and I think that
that the film has a meaning in itself before you analyze it has nothing to do with your realizing that it's a sensory experience before an intellectual one. Yeah, I think they're kind of unrelated points. Yeah, essentially that
got it.
That yeah, it has a meaning before you intellectualize it. Yes, I agree with that, but it's not really related to the fact that your body perceives it also. I just don't know that those two sentences follow on from each other.
Yeah,
I guess
I
is the
appreciate you,
idea.
Georgius, for taking the time to work that through for us, as we are very unmedia literate. So
No, we're not. We're very unmedia.
we're practically media retarded, actually, if you think about it.
And also, I know a bit about where this is going. It's so weird to like, okay, well, we talked about formal technical elements, and then we're gonna drift into the much more like loosey-goosey, ineffable, perceptive stuff, and we're gonna jump into the feeling of touch of all things. Like, okay, sight and sound are the big ones, right? Like, why would you jump into touch? I mean, I can imagine a smell when I watch certain movies, but I wouldn't cite the sense of smell as a
Somebody in
big
the chat said
factor
that his anus is his primary orifice for taking in
for
Zack Snyder
feeling.
films. So
That's true. He boofs them.
Basically, Marx argues that cinema is not just a visual medium that we merely watch and listen to, it is an embodied experience.
Okay, but watching and listening is the embodied part. So you're not really agreeing with what she just said. She's saying that a film has meaning beyond what you intellectualize about it. And you're saying, no, film is an embodied medium beyond sight and senses. Like, but sight and, hearing, those are your body. You're not saying what she's saying. I only barely understand what she's saying, but I know it's not what you're saying.
So Georgius says, by virtue of its being a temporal physical phenomenon, it has meaning in itself apart from the meaning you might derive, like its thematics.
I think it's
Sure.
by virtue of you experiencing it with your body and having sympathetic responses physically. Like when you watch something that like someone's actually in danger or whatever, your body kind of tenses up sympathetically a little bit. That has meaning in itself beyond what you may intellectualize.
Yeah, I can see,
and that's true.
That, yeah.
And then he's like, no, it's not just something you see and hear, it's something that's embodied. And it's like, you don't understand what she's saying, I don't think. Because the seeing and hearing
to be
is
fair,
the embodied.
neither do I. So
It engages our physical senses beyond just our eyes and ears. And to conceptualize and expand on this idea, she coined the term haptic visuality. Haptic perception is usually defined by psychologists as the combination of tactile, kinesthetic, and proprioceptive functions, Marx writes. The way we...
If you don't explain what proprioceptive means to me, I'm annoyed at you for putting it on screen. Like, I know what tactile means, I know what kinesthetic means,
Okay.
but what the fuck is proprioceptive?
let's see. Proprioceptive.
Don't do the AI overview, please.
Okay.
I don't want them leading us astray.
Your body's ability to sense its own position and movements.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Experience touch both on the surface of and inside our bodies. In haptic visuality, the eyes themselves function like organs of touch. This, as she continues, is different from the way we usually conceive of optic visuality, or just regular vision, which is more about perceiving depth and spatial dimensions and about observing from a distance.
Okay. It's not your vision that would create like sensory feelings of touch based on the things that you see, right? That's not what your vision does. That would be the other parts of your brain, right? Am I crazy?
Yeah.
Like if you see something that feels a certain way and part of your brain has a sympathetic response where you feel a little bit of the sensation, synesthetically of the sensation of what it would feel like to touch that thing. That's not haptic visuality. That's not visual. Am I crazy? Like that's not your sense of vision. That's another part of your brain.
What's your spaghetti policy here? I just
We'll just keep going. We'll keep pressing through. We'll see if this ultimately really matters. Because maybe it's like indexicality and it won't actually factor into what's happening and we're wasting our time. What's your spaghetti policy here?
Visuality depends on a separation between the viewing subject and the object. Haptic looking tends to move over the surface of its object rather than to plunge into illusionistic depth, not to distinguish form so much as to discern texture.
There's no way this is clarifying for anyone watching, right? There's no way that this is making anything more clear.
Okay.
It is more inclined to move than to focus, more inclined to graze than to gaze. As you may have noticed, Marx is actually building on the concept of perceptual realism here. She's not looking to replace it, but rather to offer another dimension to it. To simplify it somewhat, haptic visuality can be seen as an extension of the earlier discussed perceptual mechanisms through which we engage
Get
with
the
cinema.
brutalist off
As if
the fucking screen, please. I don't...
that the relationship between the two can be even more intimate, more sensual than initially assumed. And indeed, if we take another look at some of those earlier deep focus long shot compositions, the two concepts do seem to enhance each other quite well, as those same elements that allowed me to visually map out the three-dimensionality of the image are also the ones that let me feel its textures.
I'm kind of lost, I gotta be honest with you. I have no idea what's
I think
going on anymore.
we're waxing really poetic about a very, very subtle phenomenon in which seeing something being touched and understanding internally what that sensation must feel like makes something feel more real, because you have something of a very mild sympathetic reaction to that where you experience it, like a little glimmer of that touch sensation in your body. Is this even close to the main point of the subject of the video? I don't think so.
Well, it sounds basically like what he's saying, right? Is like a bigger depth of field, more in focus stuff lets me feel like I'm there more than if we didn't do that.
Well, yeah, but he was saying that before, and now he's adding to that by saying not only does it look like a three-dimensional space I could actually stand in, but also when people touch things, I go, I know what it feels like to touch things, so it feels more real now.
And here's a bunch of film scholars who say some stuff that I think supports this point.
It's always tough to discern when this is the case, but I do feel like sometimes a lot of academics, a lot of, intellectual types say things in a way that is more complicated than it needs to be said on purpose.
Oh, no, they definitely do.
I think this is a good example. You always got to be careful because some things really can only be said with jargon in terms, you know what I mean? Like really specific, complex ideas. I understand the usefulness of jargon and technical language. I do. This doesn't feel like that at all.
No.
Yeah.
Have an undeniable haptic quality to them by being so richly detailed and focused.
I can see more textures. Therefore, it's haptic. It's not just normal.
Not just normal vision. This is advanced
vision.
Darkness.
Oh, brother.
And it's because I can sense the material presence of the image, because I can so clearly imagine myself touching the grass and have such a visceral response to that playful fluidity of water.
I don't
Was he,
believe you.
Like giggling in his seat when he saw the I like
look
splashing.
at the playful water. I don't see okay. I think this breaks down when we get to Avatar, because I'm impressed by how natural those water movements are, but I don't feel like I could actually touch any of this. You know what I mean?
Griftly Bear says this video has a haptic reaction because I'm banging my head against the wall.
There's a real uptick in this video when he was actually talking about the technical and formal aspects of how movies are made. And now he's just like, nah, filmmaking, that's for bozos. Let's talk about film studies. Yeah, boy.
that the entire space also feels much more three-dimensional and immersive.
Yeah, but you said that without any of the haptic stuff.
Like,
Here we
yeah,
can explore some additional filmmaking techniques that create haptic images, or images that invoke a haptic response in the audience, such as literal depictions of touch.
okay.
See, I'm starting to second guess whether many people at all, if anyone, are actually like feeling a sympathetic touch response when a close up of a hand touches a letter. That like part of their brain goes, "Oh, I know what that feels like," and now you will get a glimmer of that. I is that people in the chat? Is that a thing that happens for you when you watch movies like this, where you like get the sympathetic sensation of touch from watching something being touched? I feel like that's like a hyper specific thing a very, very sensitive person might feel, but most people don't.
Does YMS feel that when he watches videos
Don't say
of
it.
horse porn?
Don't say it.
I said it. I said the thing.
Yes, I've touched paper before, but I'm not imagining that when you see it. That doesn't make me feel like I'm feeling paper. No, not really. The haptic hegemonic subject in a liminal discursive space who paradoxically both obfuscates and concretizes the master narrative. I agree with that. Also, no. Yes. Maybe if I was on drugs or something, I think that's fitting
When
here.
I watch American Psycho, I'm reminded of all the people I've murdered.
Yeah, I don't. This feels like something that sounds nice to imagine is true. You know?
Yeah.
But even without directly depicting any touching hands, extreme close-ups on their own can already be quite effective at invoking a sensory response.
Oh, so it's
I know
completely
that.
irrelevant.
That's
and
when
now
my
we're just
coworker
talking
walks
about...
to my desk when I have an open thing of water on my table. She comes,
fat.
yeah, because she's fat.
I feel like what we just did there is talk about, we waxed poetic about the sympathetic sensations of touch when you watch things being touched. And then he said, yeah, but it doesn't even have to be being touched. It can just be close-up shots of details. Oh, well, maybe that's all it was all along. You know?
Yeah.
For example, of how Andrei Tarkovsky likes to slowly gaze over richly detailed environments in a kind of tactile contemplation. Or how
I think tactile contemplation, really? Is that what you think is happening there?
Paul Thomas Anderson often invites you to study the intimate minutiae of his actors' faces. Here we can also redeem the
I don't think that's really a Paul Thomas Anderson thing either. I think that's kind of the whole point of close-ups.
Yeah.
It's that when you do extreme close-ups, you're invited to examine someone's face in extreme detail. It's just kind of standard stuff.
Cinematic look somewhat, as a shallow depth of field can serve to highlight specific haptic elements within an image.
You just say specific details. Don't say specific haptic elements. You're just... I don't care for this.
Martin Scorsese's Stagger, for example, feels a lot more dreamlike than those classic, more plainly realistic-looking movies I showed earlier. Yet to me, it is still a movie that feels tactile and immersive. And I think it's in large part because of shots like these that add a distinct texture to its setting, that make you feel like you can reach out and feel the wetness of rain on a cold...
Okay.
This is how he just experiences movies, I think. Or how he wishes he did.
Yeah.
Because it sounds poetic. I think that's probably a better description.
metal surface, your eyes are indeed organs of touch. Invoking the elements in general is an undeniably powerful tool for immersion. Scorsese also does this really well in Silence, where the kinetic force of tidal waves feel just a bit too real for comfort.
He's saying a bunch of nonsense when you could say something very simple, right? When they're really being hit by the waves and you know that that's not good.
Yeah.
It feels uncomfortable. That's essentially what he's saying.
Somebody on a previous video, and I don't know if he's going to be like in the chat right now watching, asked me to justify. I guess I said Silence was a good movie at some point, and he asked me to justify myself. He was like, "Explain yourself," because I feel like it's just torture porn. I think in this instance, you could say like, well, yeah, watching people get tortured like this feels bad.
It feels bad, man.
It feels bad, man. That's why you're having this response. You're like, "Oh God, this is awful. I can't I don't want to imagine this being done to me. It's terrible. It's a terrible thing." Yeah. We don't need this philosophical. That's that's the point of the shot. That's the point of the scene.
There's a real wave crashing into him, and it looks deeply uncomfortable and painful for the character. And so you go, "Oof, I don't like that. That's uncomfortable." Instead, he's like, "Oh, the haptic visuality and the sensory input of using your eyes as organs of touch." It's like, shut up. Just shut up. You're not feeling the sensation of water on you. You just understand what's happening in the scene, and it makes you feel sympathetically uncomfortable because you're identifying to a degree with the characters and the situation they're in.
Like a story. Like a story.
Yeah,
like
and
what happens when you read a story.
And that sensation is stronger because what you're seeing isn't obviously fake nonsense. Because it's really happening. Your body goes, "Oh, that looks real." And so it feels the sensation of danger, the sensation of discomfort is more vivid because your body sees it and knows that it's actually happening and not something that's just fake. Your eyes aren't organs of touch, all right? We don't need any of this garbage.
Similarly, I'm also always taken aback a little whenever a movie shows a real raging fire, as if I had gotten so used to the image of computer-generated ones that I almost forgot how powerful the sight of an actual one really is.
And that's true and fair, right? And now we're back to the real concrete formal stuff.
Practical effects look better than digital ones for the most part.
Because they're real.
Because they're
your
real.
Body reacts to them as if they're real. Yes. True. We're back, baby. We're saying normal, obvious things. And hey, that's great.
And the same goes for the power of wind, which Bela Tarr, for example, often uses to heighten the sense.
Every element, every Aristotle element,
we don't need to do this with every single one, but we get it.
Sensory sting of already harsh and dreary landscapes. Lastly, on a more meta-visual level, an image itself can be given a certain texture through grain and artifacts, which are naturally baked into the image when shooting on real film, and which is probably where the link between realism and indexicality came from. But nowadays this can also be done digitally to varying degrees, depending on what the filmmaker wants.
Okay, so indexicality doesn't matter, we can move forward,
Yeah, there was no point in bringing it up at all, yep.
Most digitally shot movies have at least a subtle layer of grain to add some basic texture to their image. Though there are also those that take it a lot further, that make film grain an integral part of the image. Or somewhat inversely, that really lean into the specific kind of noise that digital cameras can produce, especially in low light settings.
Yeah, because now we're back to technical formal stuff, and I'm like, hey, I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Like, texture to the image, like, definitely helps things feel. We like texture to the image because it feels more like a physical object, because that's one of the appeals of film over digital, is that it looks like a physical object. We're seeing physical chemical reactions in the medium itself, and we're seeing like the grain are physical objects, and because that the same reason that a real fire evokes a more visceral response than a fake fire is because there's something more tangible about it.
The reason why haptic visuality is so effective and so important for making movies feel more real and vivid is because touch is simply an extremely powerful human sensation. It is the first sense we develop in the womb, and as
we're back to the bullshit. We're back.
As newborns, it is not just the primary sense through which we start exploring the world around us, but it's also vital for bonding and for emotional regulation.
So now he's
show
just
us on the
saying,
doll where the movie touched you.
where the movie touched you. Now he's just saying, because touch is an important sense for people. If you show touch in the movie, that makes it more real. It's like, that's not how that works. Now we're just talking about the content of the story itself. You know what I mean? Like, a scene of an intimate relationship and the characters touching. That's haptic visuality. Like, no, it isn't. No, it isn't. You don't experience the sensation of touch when you watch a movie. Just like you don't experience the sensation of smell. If you do, it's something of like a unique.
Because
like
I order
you have
everything in smell-o-vision.
Yeah, that's true. Well, most people don't. All right, most people are watching without that sense.
Which is to say that touch is something that also works its way back. That to touch is also to receive. And Mark's concept of haptic visuality understands this as well. It assumes a more dynamic, two-way connection between subject and object. Instead of maintaining a separation by merely regarding an image from a distance, you generate a feedback by coming in close. The touched object offers resistance. It has a certain feel to it.
Oh my god.
It's all right, we're pushing through. We've already outlined why this is not useful information. It's not helping us figure out why movies don't feel real anymore. We are not experiencing an absence of close-up detail shots or of characters touching each other. That's not why modern movies don't feel real, okay?
No, that's not the reason. Because this is from half of these have been from like the 2020s.
Yeah.
Which then impress back on the touching subject. It's kind of like how a breaking of the fourth wall can flip the direction of the cinematic gaze, making it feel as if you, as the spectator, is suddenly the one who's being watched.
Yeah, and that makes it feel less real. What are we even talking about anymore? Breaking the fourth wall breaks the realism.
Yeah.
Right? So, like, obviously there's a place for breaking the fourth wall, and it's not in the Brutalist.
No, this I don't like this scene
sucks.
actually. I kind of hate.
No, this one
I mean, I
sucks.
kind of hate everything about this movie, but like this in particular, this is a bad example of breaking the fourth wall.
Yeah, it's not done well. It serves no real purpose except to be distracting and break the feeling of perceptual realism. I thought we were supposed to be giving advice on how to secure the feeling of perceptual realism.
Eliciting rather concrete sensations of matter, texture, and structure, this effect can also invoke more abstract sensory realities. An image can prompt within the body what in philosophy is known as qualia, as a feeling of what it is like. Take this scene from Sorcerer, where a...
First of all, he just showed a bunch of like surreal images, right? And he was just like, these you can get perceptual realism with surreal images too. It's like, what are we doing? They're so real. They're not real. You're talking about why movies don't feel real anymore. Are we going to talk about what realism is at this point? Whether that's always the goal, and whether like how can something surreal feel real? Like, we're not going to explore any of these things. Oh boy.
A guy has a drink in a rundown bar in a humid tropical location. The camera is close on the skin, the lighting is sharp, both of which help to emphasize the texture.
Because I know what it feels like to be sweaty.
Yeah, these are technical formal things. Look at the highlights. Look, it's harsh directional light. You can see the texture in the skin because he's actually sweaty. It's not on a green screen or whatever. He's actually sweaty, and the highlights, the direct highlights on his face really highlight how sweaty he is, right? And there's deep contrast. There are darker shadows that we don't see any information in because it's not really important. These are all formal technical things.
Of the characters' faces emphasize the sweat, the grit, the imperfections, which in turn gives the audience a visceral impression not just of those specific material elements, but also of the more general feeling of what it is like to be in that place, to be in that humidity, that oppressive, inescapable heat.
Yeah, sure.
Now for contrast, let's look at Rebirth one more time, which has a similar scene in a tropical setting, but which, to me at least, doesn't come nowhere close to invoking that same feeling. The medium shots don't bring us close enough to read the faces of the actors,
They should
and
be sweatier.
even
You're right.
They should be a little
Scarlett
sweatier.
Johansson's boobs should be sweatier.
I agree. You know, you're not
And
going to catch
everything.
me
I'm not
arguing
even
that.
talking about just this movie.
The lighting is certainly okay. So there's a chance that this guy that we're seeing on screen right now is actually as sweaty as the other guy is, but the lighting is not really accentuating it. Right? This is a technical thing. I mean, he could just be less sweaty. It's a little hard to tell, but the lighting is not doing you any favors in terms of trying to accentuate that. But also, maybe the sweatiness isn't necessarily the point of this scene the way it is in the other movie. Like, you do have to take these things into consideration, right? He just got here. He hasn't been like the other scene makes it seem like he's been in this place for a while and he's almost like stuck there. I haven't seen Sorcerer yet. It's on my list of movies to watch, but like the context of the story does actually change how important it is that they be sweaty. That said, I do think people should be sweatier in movies in general. But when we showed Mahershala Ali, he looked a little sweaty. He could be more sweaty. Sure. Why not? More sweat.
And if they did, that lighting and vanity makeup make them look way too clean
She's got a little bit of like, they didn't want her face to get too shiny with sweat, but his face is a little shiny. Got a little sweat on him.
anyways, which is another issue that
This is more true in this scene.
Yes.
This should have been your example.
plagues many modern movies.
Yeah, that should have been your example. They look so unbelievably clean and not sweaty in that, but they're also on a tropical island.
Everyone's just way too pretty now, which once again reminds us that ultimately.
Wait, what was the problem with the Captain America shot? He was too handsome? Is that what that was?
Look way too clean anyways, which is another issue that plagues many modern movies. Everyone's just way too pretty now.
What?
He's supposed to be
That's
Superman.
the whole point of that
Yeah.
scene is that he's now
Yeah.
he went in.
What a terrible example to use. What you need to use as an example for that, because this is a criticism that I would totally be on board with if you had a better example. And that criticism would be like, oh, a female character like just woke up and their hair and makeup is already done. That's a thing that happens a lot. Or like, this happens a lot with female characters because we don't want them to look too like dirty or grimy or anything like that. If they like come out of the water but their makeup is still intact or something like that, that's an example you would point to. Like, they need to be pretty, so we can't have the realistic effects of whatever happened to them in the story that would take on their face and their makeup and their hair and all that sort of stuff, right? But Chris Evans in that scene is supposed to look pretty hunkish. That's kind of the idea.
That's kind of the whole point. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which once again reminds us that ultimately all this is about much more than a set of filmmaking techniques. It's about purposefully trying to elicit a feeling, to make a meaningful connection to the audience, and to actively immerse them into a story.
Yes.
It is about the technical stuff, though.
It is. But no, in all seriousness, it's the technical stuff. What you're talking about is all technical. It's
a lot of technical, formal stuff. Everyone's going for immersion, but we have different ideas and different tastes, aesthetic tastes, and opinions on what constitutes immersion. And a lot of them are just not technically skilled and proficient enough to realize that certain lighting techniques, certain cinematographic techniques are actually more immersive than others because they're either lazy or they don't know any better, or they don't care. Yeah. Right? This isn't really no filmmaker is going to watch this video, listen to you talk, quote all these like film studies, people that no one's ever heard of, and go, "Oh, now I understand. I need a deeper depth of field because of haptic indexicality visuals." That's it. Now I know. Now I understand.
I get it. Wait, I understand now. If I showed Anakin picking up the sand, we would understand how rough and coarse it is, and that it's getting everywhere.
There you go. The problem with that scene is we didn't get a close-up of Anakin sifting the sand through his fingers. That's the problem. It wasn't haptic enough.
Also points out haptic visuality, as we've discussed it so far, is only the beginning. Touch is a sense located on the surface of the body. Thinking of cinema as haptic is only a step toward considering the ways cinema appeals to the body as a whole. And indeed,
Please get Brutalist off the screen. Thank you.
What I love about movies is that they can invoke deeper forms of realism, not just perceptual with regards to form and space, not just haptic in a material sense, but also in relation to states of being, to emotions, dreams, and memories. You know, the physicality of a panic attack, the nostalgia for a half-remembered past, childhood nightmares about being alone in the dark, all the more abstract interactions and subjective phenomena that define the human experience, and that can be articulated to great filmmaking, often by combining all these differing ideas of realism. For in the end, this deep immersion doesn't so much arise out of a single image, as much as it is created over the course of a carefully constructed continuation of them.
Okay. I'm not sure. I think realism kind of breaks down as the term if it applies to literally everything, including things that are very obviously not real. Like I know it's you could say it's emotional realism, but I feel like if we're just using realism for everything, then it kind of it stops serving its function as a word. You know, it's like, does formalism even exist? Does like surreal do things that are specifically do things that aren't even supposed to be real still count as realism if they're emotionally honest? Like I feel like the term isn't useful at that point anymore. Anyway, does that make sense? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We're so close. We're almost there. We're almost done, guys. We learned how to save movies. We're almost there.
With each shot,
Don't worry.
each
Here, I'll put
scene
Sydney
building
Sweeney
on the
back on
other,
screen for you for
creating
a second.
sensory
Again, we'll boost
dynamics
those
and
viewership
feedback
numbers.
loops that map out spaces, add details and textures, and that, in combination with attention to other aspects of filmmaking, you know, makeup, wardrobe, set dressing, sound design, music, and so on, can make a story come alive in a way that feels more immersive, more vivid, and more impactful than the sum of its various technical parts. And that's what we're going for, right? To be transported, to be moved, to be touched, to feel like we just watched something meaningful.
Yes, that's why I go to the movie theaters, actually, because I want to be touched. I cut holes in the bottom of my popcorn buckets for that reason, actually.
Yes.
That we just experienced something real.
When real can mean emotionally real and like haptically real and all of these other types of real other than a sort of like, you know, tangible, tactile sort of like that looks like a space you could actually exist in. Now real applies to literally everything, including like emotional honesty and authenticity. Then I feel like his closing comments here could apply to even the things he would complain about visually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because we're talking about why movies don't feel real anymore, why they don't look like movies anymore. We're mostly talking about the visuals. But if we're talking about everything else, like, okay, if I look at the image here of Sydney Sweeney in The White Lotus, you could be like, well, it doesn't look especially real because this is not how anyone's eyes ever work. And it's not really being used to specify some sort of emotional state that the other character's in. It's just kind of a really shallow depth of field because the cinematographer thinks it looks good, but nothing about this feels real. It doesn't feel like she's in a real place. It like the lighting doesn't look realistic. So we're not going for realism at all anymore, right? And this is a lot of things are like this these days. They look like this. And a lot of people think, this doesn't really look like a movie anymore. It doesn't look real. But I feel like you could argue that it's about isolating ourselves in the perception of the qualia of what it's like to be this character in this moment, isolated from her background, which really makes it more real. You know what I mean? Like you can play this game.
You can play the game that
if
way.
you're going to be that broad and abstract about it. Where I would say I don't like the way this looks because it doesn't feel real and its lack of realness is not serving a narrative purpose, right? Because there are plenty of things that don't look realistic that can be serving the narrative. And that's a bigger conversation, right? But when things don't look real and there's no purpose to it, then it's like, I would just describe that as bad. I think movies look bad now for many of these reasons.
Yeah.
Anyway, look at Sydney Sweeney. We're almost there.
Oh,
and lastly, here we go.
The kind of care and intentionality that makes for great and meaningful cinematic experiences, however, doesn't just limit itself to the actual filmmaking itself. It's the structures around it, the platforms where we watch movies, that also help us to navigate, cultivate, and celebrate the art of cinema. And whenever I know I want to watch something with intention, whenever I'm feeling truly curious, that's when I turn to Mubi.
Mubi ad, yay!
Oh boy, we did it! We're at the end. It's over.
I want to keep watching though, specifically because in the ad for Mubi, who is sponsoring his video, he's going to show a lot of things that don't look or feel real anymore by his own criteria, and I just find that really funny. Okay. So we're just gonna let it play.
Mubi is a curated online cinema streaming hand-picked movies from around the globe. They offer a vast library of great movies from iconic directors to emerging auteurs, and from timeless masterpieces to hidden gems and festival favorites. Recently they've acquired a fascinating miniseries on Mussolini's rise to power.
This one in particular.
I just watched the first few episodes, but it's really something else. Its narrative is both grounded within real historical footage and simultaneously...
Look at that. This is the modern slop garbage cinematic look, right? Look at the lighting. Like, does any of this feel real? Does anyone feel like, this is what it would look like to be in this place in this time? No, it's got the piss filter on it, right? It's really underlit. The lighting is really kind of ugly. Watch, we'll keep playing.
With that Italian
Everything is really shallow depth of field. It doesn't feel like you're really in a place. You can't really read his face very well because half of it's in shadow, but it doesn't even seem like that's the point.
And with
Look at that lighting. It's awful. It looks like Sinners. And I mean that as an insult.
Mussolini talking to you in the audience.
He's talking directly to you, so it doesn't really feel like an actual thing that you would experience. Like, you're not transported to the place because he's breaking the fourth wall.
No, it's very clear.
That lighting is hideous.
It feels as if the entire cinematic language serves to emphasize how the evolution of fascism was really just driven by charisma and emotionality. Main actor Luca Marinelli, who you might have seen in The Eight Mountains or in Death Stranding 2, is absolutely transformed.
Nope, I can tell you for certain I did not. In Death Stranding 2, no.
See, I think this looks like piss.
Yeah.
This doesn't look good. This isn't what I want to see in movies at all. And so he makes this whole movie shitting on things that look like this, by the way. And then he's like, time for my Mubi ad, rather. Time to shill something that cuts against everything I was talking about.
Here as the Italian dictator, and delivers a truly magnetic performance while also never letting you forget that in the end, this is a portrait of evil. Anyway,
I guess it all doesn't really matter because it's fascism bad. And he agrees with it, so who cares? And that's it. And that's the end of the video. It was a bit of a roller coaster ride, I would say. There were high points when he said true things, mostly when he was talking about formal and technical aspects that are causing the things that have shifted most dramatically from the older movies to newer movies. When he says why movies just don't feel real anymore, he's talking about the stylistic things that have changed. And then he goes, but it's not really about the technical stuff. It's about philosophical mumbo jumbo. It's like, no, I really don't think it is. I think it's about the technical stuff, and there are practical reasons for it. And I think maybe if you wanted to get philosophical about it, you could say maybe movies are uglier now because people are depressed and they think they're more cynical about the world. They're more cynical about whether life is worth living and stuff like that. So things tend to be a bit uglier and a bit more desaturated, especially if they're about the past and things like that, because we have like sort of liberal progressive ideas about the past, so it can't be too much nicer than things are now. You could talk about that sort of stuff, if you wanted to look at broad patterns explaining why things have gotten uglier. But if you want to understand what is different about the way modern movies are shot as compared to older movies, you gotta talk about the technical stuff. because that's the only thing that's changed, really. People are still showing scenes of characters touching objects. That is still a thing that happens in modern movies. That is not explaining anything. So,
My takeaway from that is,
there he is.
my takeaway from that is be careful sharing popcorn with this guy at the movie theater because he goes to feel a sensation of touch.
Yeah, it's true. So, okay. Those are the 3 most viewed, most popular videos on the subject of why movies look bad now. There are many other smaller videos. I've seen a couple of them, some of them that do a better job than others. It's something everyone's talking about because I think just about everyone has sensed that, at least on average, movies don't look as good as they used to. And we've talked about some of those reasons today, some of the technical reasons. I think a lot of people have some good intuitions about what's changed and what's wrong, but some that don't make any sense at all, and they haven't really thought through very well. I think the
Anyway,
first
here's
guy
Sydney
that we watched. Anyway, here's Sydney Sweeney. But yeah, I think it's an interesting subject. More people are talking about it. More people are noticing, and I just want people to understand that lighting is one of the biggest parts of it. That's my little soapbox, right? Lighting makes a huge difference, right? In terms of, like, if that's the biggest change that's happened, from movies from the 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s to like movies of the 2010s. It's the lighting and it's the camera work. That's the big difference.
Yeah.
So I don't know. If you want to make movies, or you want to make videos or TV shows or whatever, you want to make film art that stands apart from modern sludge, really
focus
think
on the hapticness and just make the Batman.
Just make the Batman.
Just make the Batman.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
Just make the Batman. Take a lesson from High Top's playbook and just rip off the Batman. Yeah, that's what you should do. Well, I feel like we've learned a lot. Just watch any Stanley Kubrick film. Yeah, that's a good place to start.
The first video was great. The others, I think, there's something in there. There's kernels in there.
Yeah, the first video was the most popular one and the shortest and most succinct, and like didn't have a ton of bullshit in it, but also I think he kind of like is missing some of the key ingredients here. The second one was just like, everything should be the Batman. And the third guy was like, I have read film studies essays, so I am smart. Did you know that your eyes are an organ of touch?
No, don't stop saying that. I'm not going to let you touch my eyes. I know your game.
I know your game. You don't fool me. I just want to make sure we're caught up on super chats. Saw the Wedding Crashers re-release, and man, what a nice big breath of fresh air. I laughed a lot at it, and it has a meaningful story. I miss feel-good movies. I haven't seen Wedding Crashers in a long time, but I bet you that's a movie that looks really, really great compared to most modern movies. I would bet my money on it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wedding Crashers. I'll have to rewatch that sometime. It's been a long time. It's been ages. I think we're all caught up on the super chats. I don't really have much more to say.
I don't have anything else to say about this one. I feel like I've learned everything that I could.
We'll throw up one more Sydney Sweeney picture for good measure, and then we'll head out. We'll all go our separate ways.
You got one? You got a favorite?
I'm just looking on Shot Deck right now. We're not gonna put any risque ones. That would be. We definitely can't do that. That would be not good. Can't do that on YouTube. We'll go with. I want one with good lighting in it. Since we've talked so much about like good cinematography and everything like that. You know what? Actually, just despite everyone here, we're gonna do a really unflattering one instead. That's what you get.
All right.
That's what you get. do you have anything else you want to add? Tell the fine people at home before we head out.
I love
we
the
know what
money
we're doing?
pit.
Do we know what we're doing next Sunday?
I have no idea, man. No clue. Yeah, we'll have to figure that one out. I'm not. We might have to, work on the logistics of how we're gonna get this thing going, because I'm not sure I'm gonna be here. I think there's Christmas events afoot, but I should have some time to get away and chat with you, lovely people, for just a little bit of my day next Sunday.
All right. Well, let me know. We'll figure it out. Have you all seen Hamnet? If not, you should. Well, I've not seen it yet. I know it's another Chloe Zhao movie.
Oh boy.
It's about William Shakespeare and his wife, Mrs. Shakespeare, and it has something to do with the creating of Hamlet. It seems to be very much a character drama about the turmoil in his life. So I don't know if I'll like it, but not Donald's Angry, Daily Dose seems to think I will, so maybe I'll check it out. There's not a lot else good in the theaters right now, so certainly do worse. Matthew Leach, though TS on Supergirl teaser, I hate the piss scene. Yeah, I saw the teaser.
Thoughts.
Oh, I see. Though TS. I think it's just though TS. That's my personal interpretation. I watched Supergirl teaser and I thought it looked like crap, and I have no intention of seeing it. That's the long and short of it. I think it's going to flop. It looks like more superhero slop. She doesn't seem like an interesting character. I think it looks generic, like Guardians ripoff.
I have not watched it. I read the book because somebody at my office gave me a copy of it, and I was pretty unimpressed, I got to be honest with you. For somebody who was very clearly aping off of True Grit, was very open about the fact that he was aping off of True Grit. He kind of missed a lot of what makes True Grit as interesting as it is. And I think that, pretty fucking stupid.
Sorry, I missed.
Gotta be honest.
Kevo says Pandora for Americans. I don't know what that's in reference to, but I just want it said. Oh, did I miss another super chat? I feel like I got him.
I think you got him.
I feel like I got them all. Anyway, yeah. There's your very unflattering picture of Sydney Sweeney. I hope you enjoy it. I hope it was worth it to get through this whole stream just to look at that image.
I legitimately thought you were gonna do the one where she bulked up to play the wrestler.
No, I saw that one. I'm like, that's not a good one. We'll put that one on screen. You gotta subvert people's expectations. That's what I learned from Rian Johnson movies. Hetero face. I hope not. Millie Alcock's wasted on that movie. It seems like anyone who put even a little bit of work would be wasted on Supergirl. When I see a lot of these, especially these superhero sludge slop movies, I'm always reminded of I was working a job and I was talking to a guy who worked on Thunderbolts, right? And I talked to him. He had not seen the movie yet, but he mentioned that he was going to like the premiere for the cast and crew, and he was excited about it because he's like, "Oh man, we did a lot of like practical effects and stuff. We did a lot of cool camera work and stuff like that." He was excited. He was in the camera department on Thunderbolts, and then he saw the movie, and he was just like, "I mean, it wasn't great, no." And I'm just like, man, I feel bad. There's a lot of people working on these movies that like are trying to do their best work, and they put a lot of effort in, and they're excited, and they're essentially betrayed by the writing every time because they don't really get the full picture of the writing, and then they see the finished product, and it's just like, oh, well, that kind of sucked actually. And it's like, yeah, you're just wasting thousands and thousands of people's hard work and talent when you don't care about the story and just churn out these slop movies. So yeah, it's a shame.
You gotta do better.
You gotta do better, Senator. It's true. Well,
Donald's Angry asks, so how about Devs 5? Goodbye, everybody.
Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for joining us.
We'll see you next time.